Good morning. Council, please come to order. We are ready to begin this morning with public comment on agenda item D1. We have 14 members of the public signed up to testify. Just a reminder that individuals and companies have 3 minutes. Associations have 6 minutes. We will feature a timer on the Adobe Connect system. I will let you know if that timer appears to be off. On occasion, there are lags depending on bandwidth. So you may wish to time yourself as well to avoid me interrupting. So with that, first up is Maria Painter, then Tim Huker, and then Dennis McKibben.
Good morning.
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Good morning, Ms. Painter.
Yes, hi. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and thank you for your service on the council. Very appreciated. My husband and I own the Katrina M Incorporated. We are a small entity involved in dedicated to the Bering Sea Aleutian Island crab fisheries since 1986. The closure of the Bristol Bay crab will be felt by our family, but this closure, based on the information that has been provided to us, is necessary to protect the current population of Bristol Bay king crab. If indeed these crab are in such jeopardy, shouldn't we also require an emergency order for all trawling in the Bristol Bay red king crab area to cease? If we are not diligent in resource conservation and good management practices, the survival of the Bristol Bay red king crab could be grim. Things we must think about. 1, the margin of error in observer information on trawlers. 2, midwater trawling fish very close to the seabed where the seafloor is relatively flat or soft, so there is no gear damage. 3, start research and development for a crab excluder device for the trawl fleet and improve monitoring to stop midwater trawlers fishing close to the seabed. Last, please consider the expansion of the red king crab savings area a half a degree north for resource conservation. And thank you so much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Painter. Are there any questions? Okay. Thank you for your testimony this morning.
Yes, sir.
Next up is Tim Huker. Mr. Huker, if you're speaking, you may be muted. A reminder for the public that *6 will unmute you from the Adobe system. Okay, if Mr. Huker's not available, we will circle back through the list. Dennis McKibben.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
We can. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Dennis McKibben. I'm the captain of the fishing vessel Baranoff, a small independent catcher processor who has a crew of about 30 crew members on board during the crab season. And for the previous 3 seasons of Bristol Bay red king crab, we have fished in the month of January. And to my knowledge, I don't think anybody's ever done that before. But the reason I bring it up is that I've set gear for 80 miles east-west, 80 miles north-south, and every pot I pull is always full of female king crab. So this area that we're talking about now is. And during those months, there are quite a few females up there, and I do have the observer data to back that up, and most all of these females are full of eggs there, and from the observer, they're all in good condition. But in previous years, I've been in this industry for 40 years, and even back in the early 80s, we fished barred eye up shallow. I mean, all the way up to the Compass Rose, which is pretty shallow area, and we always pull up pots with female king crab in them, and dig through for the barred eye. But the reason for this closure, in my opinion, is that these stocks, as was testified yesterday, have been going downhill. And at some point, we will have to do something if we want to save this species. And the number yesterday, I believe, was 2,200 females saved. That wouldn't reach the minimum number for next year, but if we want to save this industry, we need to start somewhere. And those 2,200 female produce quite a few eggs, and maybe not next year, but maybe 2, 3, 4 years down the road, if we continue this area closure, it will make a difference. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. McKibben. Mr. Down has a question for you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Captain Dennis. I appreciate your testimony here. I just wanted to clarify with you. You mentioned the Baranoff was fishing in January, and I remember that the Baranoff was still out there late in the year or early in the year, but late in the season, and was perhaps the last fishing, and it's unusual to be out there that time of year. You testified that the female king crab that you saw in this area where you were fishing, is the point of your testimony there that these crab are still, we saw these in the survey, in the summer survey, and your testimony is that these crab are still there in January. Is that right? In other words, in that area that you fished, you noticed that there was still a lot of female king crab in that area. Is that what I should take away from your testimony?
Yes, that is correct. And based on the observer's information, should be able to verify that information as far as the numbers and the condition of the eggs.
Yeah, very good. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Captain.
Further questions? Okay. Thank you, Mr. McKibben.
Thank you.
Before we move on, thank you. I'd like to remind members of the public, if you're not testifying, please mute your phones. We're getting some feedback here. Okay, next up is Craig Lowenberg, and Lance Farr, and then Corey Lesher.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Good morning.
Members of the council, my name is Craig Lowenberg. For the record, I'm here today on behalf of the Bering Sea Pot Cod Cooperative. Bering Sea Pot Cod Cooperative is a trade organization that represents stakeholders in the BSAI greater than or equal to 60-foot Pacific cod pot catcher vessel sector. I'm the executive director of the organization as well as the co-owner of a vessel that participates in the fishery. I'm providing testimony today to signal our support for the approval of emergency action to expand the red king crab savings area. The members of our organization have a direct interest in the conservation of red king crab. While this action alone may not provide for a fishery in the upcoming year, it will provide conservation benefits and relieve pressure on the stock, allowing it to rebuild for future years. We believe the analysis shows this action meets the threshold of emergency action. At the same time, I'm taken back a bit by what appears to be a brief analysis and consideration of action on this iconic elasmid species. The 2022 red crab season was precluded by the survey missing 30 to 50 crab. An additional 2,200 crab savings by this action, especially during the vulnerable molting and mating stages, will be significant. In an effort to ensure the sustainability of this iconic species and the fishery, the Bering Sea Pot Cod Co-op members have voluntarily agreed to the following conservation measures for 2022. Refrain from fishing in the expanded red king crab savings area, participation in hotspot reporting, and implementation of best practices in fishing behavior, as well as employment of results of the BREP grant work into the fishery. I believe the council is scheduled to receive an update on this BREP work at the February 22 meeting. It appears this stock is at a point of serious concern. If somehow this council does not see fit to implement this emergency action, I would ask that you make moving forward with the discussion paper motion passed at the staff tasking in October a top priority. The discussion paper is intended to provide information on bottom contact by pelagic trawl gear, evaluation of current boundaries, and a summary of additional management measures that may be employed. Mr. Chairman, in reality, as I've testified many times before, the pot cod fleet needs a rationalized program to best deal with not only this bycatch and sustainability issue, but safety as well. Pot cod stakeholders have continued to meet, discussing the issues and finding common ground. From those meetings, I can report that most stakeholders are in favor of a rationalized fishery. Please take this emergency action to protect red king crab stock. I want to thank you again for your time and consideration on this issue.
Thank you, Mr. Lowenberg. Ms. Baker has a question.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, did you recognize me? I had my volume turned down.
Yes, Ms. Baker.
Thank you. Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Lowenberg, for your testimony. I wanted to ask you specifically about your support of the emergency rule proposal based on potential savings of about 2,200 Bristol Bay red king crab. And so we had a little discussion yesterday, you might have heard with the staff in terms of that estimate of 2,266 female Bristol Bay red king crab. Was the potential savings from the proposed expansion area if no additional crab were harvested outside that area? And then we had a further discussion in terms of what the impacts of shifting groundfish fishing effort outside of the proposed expansion area could be on bycatch of Bristol Bay red king crab and other stocks. And so do you, if it's your position that you support the proposed rule because of the 2,266 crab savings, is it also your position that you don't think it's likely any additional crab will be harvested outside the proposed expansion area, consistent with what the analysis shows us?
Thank you for the question, Ms. Baker, through the chair. If I understand your question correctly, no, I do believe that there'll be a squeezing of the bubble effect, so to speak. I do expect that changing in fishing behavior will change, the footprint and the bycatch potentially. So that's also why I believe it's important to make the discussion paper passed, or the discussion paper that was discussed at staff tasking in October, a top priority.
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Lowenberg. No further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Mr. Downs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Lowenberg. You mentioned the importance of the mating and molting season. We heard from Captain Dennis that they were out there in January. He didn't mention that they were mating and molting at that time. And but so, what is the period of time that these female crab that are in that area would be in the molting stage? Do you know that? I'm just curious as to what the importance of that might be, in addition to the savings of the somewhat maybe less than 2,266. Going back to Ms. Baker's question, but what would be the importance of that to this closure? Since you mentioned that, I thought I'd ask.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Down, through the chair. That is a vulnerable life stage during those winter months, and I'm not a biologist, so I'd hate to speak to a specific time period, but during that pot cod season, we do see crab on the grounds. There's trawl on the grounds as well. So I think protecting those grounds and making sure that we're staying off them during that time period is important. I'm sorry I'm not answering your question directly. I don't feel qualified to give you a specific time frame there.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Lombard. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, did you call on me? Do you have me now, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Mesereau, while the chairman's still out, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Can you still hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Lowenberg, for your comments. I agree with you. We need to move the discussion paper forward as a priority regardless, because what I think everyone's looking for is a durable solution to the red king crab issue. And I don't think, I think there could be some savings in emergency action, but it's not a durable action. That's not something that's going to impact the population over the long term. And I think that's really what we need to get to. But what my question for you is, Mr. Lowenberg, you said that you have agreed to do a voluntary stand down from that area of the red king crab savings area this year. And I think that's great. But what I'm wondering is, are you going to do that regardless of this emergency action? And also, are you planning to also stay out of the area proposed in the emergency action as part of this voluntary stand down? Thank you, Mr. Lowenberg. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mesereau, for the question through the chair. Absolutely. That's been the discussion at Bering Sea Pot Cod Co-op amongst its members. We intend to stay out of the red king crab savings area in 2022. We have a direct interest in, I think literally all of the Bering Sea Pot Cod Co-op members have a direct interest in the red king crab fishery as well. So regardless of that direct interest, it's the responsible thing to do and protect that stock. So my members have indicated and told me that they will stay out of that area, and that's what I expect for 2022, regardless of the action the council takes.
Excellent. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Mr. Mesereau. Any further questions for Mr. Lowenberg? All right. Thank you again for your testimony. Next up is Lance Barr, then Corey Lesher, and then Hannah Heimbuck.
Mr. Chairman, you hear me?
We do. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Lance Barr, and I first bought into a crab boat in 1980. I fished crab for 38 years and still own the boat. The Bristol Bay red king crab stock has been in decline for years. I believe the council should take action to protect the remaining king crab, or we might lose the king crab fishery indefinitely. I encourage you to expand the king crab savings area 30 miles to the north, protect king crab, as this is an essential habitat. The council needs to act besides lowering the PSC limit to its lowest level. This area is a level that crab will be found in the latest survey and is the best available science. The directed king crab season closes January 15th to protect the king crab stocks because the king crabs start molting and mating. But on January 20th, the trawl season opens, and the trawl fleet can trawl on the king crab fishing grounds. Recent studies by the LOMI in 2019 have shown that there may be a risk associated with higher profile benthic species such as crab, and that direct and indirect impacts for mobile fishing gear like bottom trawl on soft shell crab are poorly understood. Observers do not see soft shell crab because they don't make it up into the net. The soft shell crab are destroyed when they have contact with the trawl. A soft shell crab is like a jellyfish consistency right after they molt, and they are very weak. Even trawlers that are proactive and moving away from soft-shell crab they encounter, they wouldn't know when they were fishing on soft-shell crab. The studies I have read say that the bycatch mortality rate is higher on soft-shell crab, closer to 100% instead of 80. Unobserved mortality is not mentioned in the analysis and could make the number of bycatch crab a lot higher, and that is not accounted for in any of the studies. The fishing effects model provides information to estimate the footprint of all gear at over 32,000 square nautical miles of bottom contact in the Bering Sea, most of which is from trawl. For a compromise, crab pots have a footprint of 1 nautical mile. When the crab plan team cannot explain why an event happens, they always put an additional buffer for uncertainty in the model. That is the way I look at this action, to add an adaptive protective measure for red king crab. We need to be very precautionary and proactive with the stock at this level. When closing the area might not result in enough savings to open a directive fishery, it would close an area that has experienced a consistent higher rate of bycatch than the rest of the Bering Sea and could provide protection for Bristol Bay mature female crab. That would satisfy emergency criteria 3, since the protecting of the females would be immediate benefit to the stock. A lot of crab fishermen lost their income or are trying to figure out how to provide for their families. We ask that you take this action to help the red king crab recover. Please act now. No action will only be harmful to the red king crab stock, but is also harmful to the crab industry, which includes harvesters, processors, and communities.
Mr. Farr.
Thank you.
Mr. Farr? Okay.
Yep.
All right. Let's see if there's any questions. I don't see any. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up is Corey Lesher.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Sound check.
Loud and clear. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Kneen and members of the council. For the record, I'm Corey Lesher with Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers. Jamie's had a family emergency and sends her apologies that she can't be here today. Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers is an industry trade association representing the majority of harvesters fishing with pot gear for king, beardeye, and snow crab in the BSAI crab rationalization program. We appreciate the council's time under this agenda item and will be speaking to our comment letter. We acknowledge all the work that has been put into this analysis and with such short turnaround. As you're well aware, our crab stocks have reached a level of conservation concern. The motivation behind this emergency request stems from the declining Bristol Bay red king crab populations and the need to be proactive in protecting the stock when and where we can. Our industry is taking a huge hit this year. With the red king crab directed fishery closure, we're looking at well over $65 million hit to our crab fishermen and their families, and that's just in 1 year. Added to this is the additional hit from a drastically reduced snow and beardeye crab fishery, bringing the total to a $234 million hit to our industry. That's not to mention the downstream economic impacts to the state of Alaska, processors, markets, and communities. It's simply devastating, and emergency action is needed. What is happening with crab stocks across the board is our wake-up call. This is our chance to be proactive, to take action specifically for red king crab while we continue to conduct research and collect data and refine our approach in the years to come. As we have stated before, crabbers recognize and appreciate NPFMC's decision to close Bristol Bay red king crab and severely limit our snow crab fishery, recognizing that we have a big impact on the stock and these measures are needed. Crabbers are also looking to further reduce our own discards of small males and females by exploring larger mesh sizes and longer soak times for the upcoming season and refining our hotspot reporting for areas of female crab. Those are some of what we are doing in our own sector, and now we're turning to other sectors. Crabbers have reached out to all other industry sectors requesting voluntary action to stay out of the red king crab savings area, the sub area, and this requested area 1/2 degree to the north of the savings area from now through next year to reduce impacts on red king crab, particularly our brooding females. In addition, for all crab stocks, we have also asked other sectors to report and avoid crab hotspots and to use best handling practices to reduce crab mortality. Along those lines, you have already heard about the NOAA grant work on gear design to help reduce crab bycatch in the pot cod fishery, which will present preliminary results to the Council in the February meeting. I'd really like to acknowledge the efforts of Amendment 80 representatives outlined in October and in their comment letter that their reduced PSC cap due to the directed fishery closure will add additional incentive to avoid red king crab, and they will actively report hotspots during fishing season. While we appreciate these intentions and their efforts, reporting hotspots encountered by this demersal gear type is already too late to avoid harm, particularly in this early season when crab are known to be molting and exceptionally vulnerable in their soft shell state. Hotspot reporting will simply not afford these crab enough protection. As this analysis has outlined, this emergency action may not provide savings of female red king crab that would be sufficient to provide for a directed fishery during the 22-23 season. The more important point is that emergency action would protect female red king crab immediately so that the stock can start to rebound while the Council explores longer-term solutions, and so the directed fishery is not closed long-term. This is an area that the most recent information, the best scientific information available, shows has a high concentration of female red king crab density, and historically it is subject to high fishing pressure from the Amendment 80 fleet. This is a narrow, short-term request to provide immediate conservation benefits for the stock and reduce the potential of a continued closure of the directed crab fishery next year. Bristol Bay red king crab is a stock that is at a high level of conservation concern. Expanding the savings area for a short term would provide immediate benefits to the stock by providing additional protection for mature female crab and thus boosting spawning potential. The stock needs all the help we can provide to it now. These benefits to the stock at a critical time of low abundance when the directed fishery is closed far outweigh the benefits of advance notice, comment, and deliberation. Longer-term actions are being developed that will undergo the usual deliberation and rulemaking process. This emergency action is not a substitute for that. It's complementary. It's a shot in the arm while a broader diagnosis is performed. The other two criteria for emergency action are also readily met here. The low abundance triggering the closure of the directed fishery was an unforeseen and recently discovered circumstance and obviously presents serious conservation and management problems in the fishery. In closing, we are looking across all sectors, including our own, for how to best reduce fishing impacts on crab stocks while keeping all sectors, including the crab fleet, fishing. We urge you to take bold action to provide some additional protections for Bristol Bay red king crab, which is at a level of serious conservation concern. In addition, we ask that this emergency action be implemented by January 20th, the start of the ground fishing season. Attached to our comment letter, you'll see a letter to the Secretary of Commerce requesting implementation by January 20th, should Council approve, due to the concerns over higher bycatch of red king crab and yellowfin and rock sole fisheries early in the year, during an especially vulnerable period for red king crab during their molt and mating cycle. Mr. Chairman, members of the Council, we thank you for your time today, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lesher. Are there any questions? Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Lesher. Sorry, I'm trying to formulate my question a little bit here as I'm speaking. Recognizing that the Council will be looking at long-term solutions with the papers already requested, and that process, as you noted, takes some time through our Council process, not just to get to final action, but then also for implementation. If this emergency rule does go through and it's extended, you get a full year out of it. But I think it's probably unlikely that a long-term solution would be in place for 2023. So my question to you, what's your plan for 2023 if there's not a long-term solution in place by then? Thanks.
To the Chair, Ms. Vanderhoven, thanks for the question. We don't believe this is a solution. Certainly not. And I think that we've provided testimony in the past regarding, static closures may not be the solution, especially as we're seeing changes in the climate and ocean conditions. Certainly believe that there's going to be continued efforts on our behalf and other sectors as well to remedy bycatch encounters. And we know that stocks are moving and fisheries move along the same lines as the stocks. And so I believe that we're going to continue looking into more tools for our own sector and others to avoid crab and protect areas that are essential habitat, especially for brooding females. So we don't have a solution. We don't have our next steps outlined, but we will sure be trying all that we can to ensure the longevity of this stock in our directed fishery.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. Mr. Downs.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Lesher, and I've read the Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers letter, and your testimony is such that you feel that we clear the bar and with room to spare on all three of these criteria. But as you likely heard yesterday during deliberations, or not deliberations, when we heard from our staff presentation and the questions and answers to staff, I think one of the things that council members had questions about and may be struggling with is criteria 3, that if we have a document in front of us that says the potential savings might be 2,200 female adults savings, but then some of that is going to go away because certainly when they go to some other area, they'll catch other crabs, so that number could be lower. I think in many people's minds that doesn't meet the criteria of the necessity that this is of such an urgency with those small numbers to dictate that we should take this action, that rather a normal council process would be better. So given that, you mentioned the molting season. Is that the thing that kind of puts it over the bar for you? I'm just trying to figure out how do you come to the conclusion? It's pretty clear, especially in your letter, that you felt that the document itself made clear that all three criteria had been met. So that's my question for you, Mr. Lesher. I appreciate your testimony today, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Through the chair, Mr. Down, thank you for your question. Excuse me. Yeah, I think it's hard to put a price, on just a number of animals. The analysis did a great job of really breaking down to the exact number over historic data of what the protections would be in this emergency action savings area. And I don't know how you're able to say that this is not a benefit or it is a benefit. I think any crab that you can save are going to benefit the future of this stock, especially the females. And I understand that fishing pressure, will be applied elsewhere if this area is closed to the ground fish fleet. And we hope that through hotspot reporting and other avoidance methods can alleviate pressure on king crab elsewhere. But the best available science that we have is that there is a high abundance, high density of the female king crab in this area. And it may not provide for a directed fishery next year, but in years to come, that's very important. And from where I stand, that meets criteria 3. We want to protect the females. We want to protect the males as well, and especially the females. And during the time of the soft shell phase, which the literature, is unclear on exactly when it happens, and they give a timeline from January to June and July. And males molt at a different time than females, and so it's often intermixed into that time, and that's right, as Mr. Farr acknowledged, that's right when the groundfish fleet begins. And, sorry for rambling, Mr. Down. I hope that answers your question.
It does. Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Mr. Down. Any further questions? Thank you again, Mr. Lesher. Okay. Next up is Hannah Heimbuck, then Gredar Goodmanson, and then John Goffin.
Hey, good morning. Can you hear me?
We can. Good morning.
Hi there, Chairman and Council members. Hannah Heimbuck here, representing the under 60 cod harvesters. A member vessels harvest cod with pots in the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, and Gulf. We don't have a specific position on the emergency action request right now. Rather, in consideration of the topic, we wanted to just provide a report on efforts that the under 60 pot fleet is supporting to contribute to red king crab savings in the immediate future. My members are fully supportive of a voluntary stand down through 2022 from the expanded red king crab savings area. The discussion paper states that there is limited hook and line and pot effort within this area now, which does align with our conversation with skippers among the fleet. However, we recognize that when effort does occur in these areas that crab aggregate, it has the potential to be very impactful. So my members have also asked that I do some active outreach with the entire under 60 fleet through the 2022 season to just ensure that all skippers and vessel owners are fully informed on the request to stand down and the critical reasons for those measures. And to support those communications, we're coordinating with crab representatives as well as those from the over 60 pot fleet, just trying to ensure that between all of us, we're getting consistent and timely information out to the entire pot sector. And I think that collaboration has been really useful and positive. And that information sharing includes best handling practices to help reduce mortality when vessel crews do encounter crab, and continuing to encourage communication on the grounds to report and avoid hotspots, supporting that move-on policy when they are encountered. Beyond the voluntary stand down in the savings area, I think that active communication between skippers encouraging avoidance is the most timely way for pot vessels to reduce crab intercept right now, recognizing that crab encounters can be highly variable by time and area as crab move throughout the year. So our response to those intercept events needs to be dynamic. So while we think the stand down is critical, just however else we can support the fleet on this issue by sharing those best practices and highlighting the importance of communicating known or possible hotspots anywhere, we will do that. And we're working now to encourage participation and improve tools for hotspot reporting for our fleet and between pot fleets through the ongoing communication between organizations. And finally, we do also think that the gear modification work is really quite promising as a mitigation tool. We have strongly supported this work and look forward to the council being able to hear an update on that at the February meeting. And thanks very much for the comment today, or the opportunity to comment today.
Thank you, Ms. Heimbuck. All right, any questions? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Heimbuck. Just a quick question. If you can remind me, what component of the under 60 pot fleet that your association represents when you talk about outreach. I just wanted to get a sense of, the remainder of the fleet that you're trying to reach with these ideas.
Sure. Thanks for the question, through the chair, Kimball. My members mostly fish in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands with some participation in the Gulf. I would say we represent a little over half of the fleet that operates in the Bering Sea, and we'll be communicating with the entire fleet.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Heimbuck, for your testimony. Just briefly, I wanted to make sure I understood the scope of the voluntary stand down. Is this applicable only to the extended area, or is this applying also to the area that's currently closed for trawl gear? I guess I just wanted to understand the geographic scope. Thank you.
Through the chair, Mr. Merrill, thanks very much for that. my members fully support a voluntary stand down in the red king crab savings area in addition to the expanded area.
Thank you, Mr. Merrill. Any further questions? Thank you, Ms. Heimbach.
Thank you.
Next up is Greta Goodmanson.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello. We can. Good morning.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of council. My name is Greta Goodmanson. I'm fishing crab most of my life and still involved in a couple of boats. My testimony is going to be kind of all over the place because much of what I wanted to say has been said, but I would like to reiterate that the reason they closed king crab on January 15th is because of the soft crab, and I contend that the unobserved mortality is much greater than what we actually account for. And then in addition to that, I heard somewhere, I haven't found it this morning, but it was in the talk yesterday, the female ratio on some of these was 30% in a couple of fisheries, 50% in other. I don't know how those numbers can come up with either, because a lot of the bycatch coming up as parts and pieces, and they don't get counted, and they can't tell if they're male or female. So, also, let's see, I think I haven't been in the process long. I think longer than some, but still on all this year. But in all of these actions that I've seen going through the council, that I have never heard or seen anyone expect instant results. So, is emergency action to get this going, I think is very important. We've been 15 years plus trying to get PSC changed and adapted in crab fisheries, and it's always, well, we'll look at it next year. Well, we got to do it different. We need to start. We need to get this going. We need to get this additional closed area to help the red king crab stocks. Part of the reason this shut down this year, I think was already said, was between 30 and 50 crabs. That's extrapolated into the 500,000 pounds that we needed to keep it open. So there's a lot of numbers, a lot of assumptions, a lot of guessing in all of this. And I think the sooner we start trying to save this, the more important it is. I think I heard somewhere in that presentation that the 32,000 PSC that's directed this year has not been reached. So if that's the case, then it might as well be 32 million. I mean, if they're not going to reach 32,000, it's not a big difference. So, and as far as the half mile north or half a degree, all the biomass I've heard the last couple of years, cold pool going, everything is moving farther north. And now the geographic boundary that man makes has not moved farther north. If we're going to follow the science and follow the stock, we need to move this half a degree north or 30 miles and save these king crabs. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony this morning. Are there any questions? All right, thanks again. Next up is John Govan, then Heather McCarty, then Mateo Paslanon.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. It's John Govan. Can you hear me?
Again, good morning.
Good. Thank you. John Govan, Alaska Seafood Cooperative, representing the Amendment 80 sector. I'd like to thank the analysts for their extensive work to address the council's motion from October. Alaska Seafood Cooperative submitted extensive comments. They're in your package. We hope you had a chance to review them. I'm going to just hit some of the high points and also supplement them with things that I've come in my second and third reading of the analysis and thinking about this more. Alaska Seafood Cooperative does not support the emergency rule request. Our letter outlines why. We think the analysis shows that the area in question, closing it will not meet the council's intent of the motion in October. and we also think it will potentially have unintended consequences that are outlined in our letter. It seems in the Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers Association letter, they're sort of morphing the intent for the request to offering some benefits to red king crab females. If you look at Table 4 in the analysis or the proposed closure, it compares the proposed closure area to the entire Bering Sea and says that the rates are twice as high in the proposed closure area. I don't think that's a useful comparison because it's comparing it to a large area, some of which doesn't even really have red king crab and certainly doesn't have Bristol Bay red king crab. I think a more legitimate analysis would have been to compare it to other areas in Zone 1 where we can fish. I think this would have been pointed out had the SSC been involved in a normal process here, because I think this is really important. If you look at the appendices 1 and 2, several things become clear. One of them is that the female abundance varies year to year from the surveys. And secondly, where bycatch encounters them in non-pelagic trawl differs from where summer abundance is in virtually all of the years if you compare in those appendices 1 and 2. You'll see if you look at Appendix 2 that in some years red king crab bycatch occurs south of the red king crab savings area and all the way down to AMAC. And this is where we think the potential for unintended consequences occurs. And that would be that in this year, following this colder winter, the area north of the red king crab savings area may actually be low bycatch rate area, and we're forced to fish in areas outside of there where we may encounter more crab than we otherwise would. This means we'll have to move more, and it will be harder for us to catch our fish. We might actually catch more crab than we would otherwise. I'd like to remind the council that abundance-based management is in place for red king crab. The Amendment 80 cap will be cut to 1/3 of what it was in 2021. That'll be 14,000 crab for next year. That would have been binding on us this year, and we'll be highly incentivized to avoid red king crab wherever we encounter them. In summary, we don't think the proposed emergency rule is a good idea. We understand the need to keep red king crab bycatch as low as possible, but we just don't think this proposal serves that goal. If we are fishing in this area and encounter them, we will move away from them. I believe that the real fix here is the council's second motion in October, which started the discussion of flexible and adaptive bycatch controls for red king crab. We think this is the way to go. We get it that the crab fishermen are hurting and that we want to do everything we can, but we don't think sort of taking a shot in the dark but where the crab we're going to be and closing that area makes sense, and it could make things worse. We're willing to work with them for better, more adaptive management measures if they're willing to work constructively with us. And I just want to make one more comment thinking about the testimony by the cod pot fishery. They're volunteering to close the area in the red king crab savings area and this proposed closure 30 miles to the north of it. It's not really an area they fish, and they do fish inside of Bristol Bay. And if you look at the survey data and really what the intent of the closure was for Bristol Bay inside of 162 degrees west longitude, that area is known to be an area of high concentration of females and juvenile red king crab. If they wanted to do something meaningful to avoid them, they should really close that area. But as we saw from the discussion in October, red king crab bycatch in the pot cod fishery, that's where it's occurring in their fishery. And that would be something they could do to voluntarily, I think would mean more than closing the area they don't really fish. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. you, Mr. Gobbin. Mr. Down has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Dobbin, and to all the members of this Alaska Seafood Cooperative. I have read your letter, and you did a good job of detailing and articulating your arguments there, and also highlighting the things that you will be doing, which are very much appreciated, along with the things that you have done. My question is, I've got two questions. I'll go ahead and ask them, but both now. But the first one is the area that you're talking about that the pot cod guys don't fish, I think is the expanded area, if I've got that wrong. But the testimony was that they would stay out of the Alaska, the entire king crab savings area, as well as the expanded area, which is an area that they do fish. And so I wanted to clarify your comments there that this was an area that they're volunteering to stay out of an area they don't fish. And then secondary, one thing that wasn't included in your comments is I'm wondering what it is exactly. Is it just the loss of fishing that Alaska Seafood Cooperative members wouldn't just stay out of that expanded area voluntarily, or at least stay out of that initially and only go to that area to look for cleaner fishing if they ran into king crab in somewhere else? In other words, what's preventing you from just voluntarily staying out or trying to do your best to stay out of that area? Is it just lost fishing? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Dobbin.
Through the chair, thanks, Mr. Down, for the two questions. The first one is, do I recognize that the pot cod fishermen are saying that they'll stay out of the red king crab savings area and the proposed 30-mile extension of it? My understanding, based on the data I saw in consideration of the pot cod bycatch area anyway, that most of their fishing is inside of Bristol Bay, inside of 162 degrees west longitude. That's where at least the over 200,000 red king crab bycatch was occurring. So it's not really about how much they fish in the red king crab savings area. I'm not familiar with what percentage of their pot cod harvest is in the red king crab savings area versus inside Bristol Bay, but by and large, their bycatch was coming from inside an area that's closed to trawling already because of female. It's an area important to female and juvenile red king crab. For your second question, volunteering to why wouldn't we voluntarily stay out of this area? I think what we're proposing to do is to retest fishing in response to the lower cap we have and incentives we know we need to avoid red king crab wherever we fish. The remaining areas open to us are south of the red king crab savings area. The 10-minute strip will be closed, and north of it and west of it, because east of it is closed to us. So our fleet will go out and fish and test tows wherever we fish under this lower cap. If we encounter them south of the area, the red king crab savings area, we'll move away from them. If we encounter them inside this proposed closure area, then we'll move away from them. But we don't want a predetermined closure, because we may very well find that the area north of the red king crab savings area that's proposed for closure here is an area with low bycatch rates for crab and other species, and that's really where we want to fish them. So we will fish the area carefully, like all areas, under the measures in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dobbin. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Mr. Dunn. Ms. Baker.
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Dobbin, for your testimony. I wanted to ask about the Bristol Bay red king crab PSC limit that will be in place for the Amendment 80 sector for 2022. And you referenced in your testimony something around a 14,000 crab PSC limit, but we also heard in earlier testimony a reference to 32,000 crab PSC limit. And so is the 14,000 32,000 roughly crab PSC limit, you referenced the Amendment 80 portion of the total Bristol Bay Red King crab PSC limit that will be in effect for 2022.
Thanks, Ms. Baker, for the question to the chair. Yes, that's my understanding of the cap goes to the lowest rung in abundance-based management measures, which will be 32,000, of which the Amendment 80 sector will be allowed to catch 14,000, and that's through the measures in place. And I believe that our catch this year was slightly above that. It was actually a relatively low encountered year for red king crab for us in 2021. So we don't know what 2022 will look like, but I believe that cap we're facing, we've never had one this low before, and it will be a strong incentive to avoid red king crab.
To the chair, thank you, Mr. Govan, for that clarification. No more questions.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mr. Govan, for your testimony. When you described the measures that Amendment 80 was contemplating for this year in response to this, they all seem to me to be keyed around the observed presence of crab, which is our typical sort of hotspot management. An argument is being made that when a population is at this low a level, we should be thinking about other sources of mortality, such as unobserved mortality, and that appropriately fashioning a precautionary approach to management when a population is at this kind of low level means that we should be also thinking about where we have evidence of unobserved mortality. Maybe not concrete evidence, but some reasonable evidence enough to give us a reasonable inference that there is some amount of it. I don't know how Amendment 80 the Amendment 80 sector would be able to take that into account using the measures that you're talking about. And I'm wondering sort of both what your thoughts are about the importance of the issue, and equally your thoughts about how Amendment 80 can avoid situations where they're in essence doing what's unobservable.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Troy, for the question through the chair once again. Mr. Troy, I appreciate your bringing up unobserved mortality, and it's an issue that's not new. The crabbers we've had discussions with them for years. We've sat down with them, Leif Erickson Hall in Ballard, to have these discussions, and this has been a big issue for them. For much of the time I've been working with the Amendment 80 sector, I will say that their concern and our own interest in unobserved mortality as an issue as it regards crab bycatch motivated us to work with the Alaska Fisheries Science Center to look at this issue. And you'll note in the package you looked at last February the references to published studies that have evaluated Amendment 80 here and how it's fished with modified sweeps and foot rope and recapturing crab that we encounter that we don't catch, and the state of those crab. Dr. Rose and Ms. Hammond are joint authors or first authors on several of the publications there that suggest that the crab with our modified sweep gear that encounter it and aren't captured largely, and this extends to both red king crab and all other crab species, largely are not negatively impacted. I'm not saying that's a perfect study, but we have been proactive on this area, on this issue, and we've been very responsive to this issue for years. It takes years to get research done, as you know, and so we're, I think, well ahead of that. So I appreciate the issue of what about the crab you're not encountering? You're using observer data or observer observations of what comes on board to judge your avoidance behavior. But I think that's appropriate given that the ones we're not catching are unlikely to be harmed based on the best available science. As for the observer data, what I said back in October when this issue came up for the potential for an emergency, we aren't going to just use the observer data, though. We're going to actually have captains on deck looking at the bags being dumped. So, because we know that observer data doesn't always pick up crab, but when it does pick up crab in a sample, it tends to overestimate the number in that haul. Either way, we want to get better information on a real-time basis for what does come up in the net, and I think we will do that in a way that makes our bycatch avoidance more effective. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Godwin. Don't see any additional questions, so thanks again for your testimony.
Thank you.
All right, next up is Heather McCarty.
Hello, Mr. Chairman. Sound check?
Loud and clear. Good morning.
Good morning. The call has been dropped a couple of times while I've been waiting, so if I disappear, I'll try to get back in. Mr. Chairman and members of the council, I'm Heather McCarty, and I'm speaking here representing Central Bering Sea Fishermen's Association, which is the CDQ group on St. Paul Island in the Pribilof. I know you've heard in previous actions how important crab is to St. Paul Island and also to CBSFA. We're heavily invested in crab, and we support any action that's designed to protect crab, particularly in essential habitat for crab and when crab are at their most vulnerable. The emergency action by the council would respond to what we consider to be a true emergency, especially when accompanied by voluntary avoidance measures by all sectors. The council has been discussing recently how to respond more quickly to changes in the ecosystem and how fisheries management might be able to respond to those. And frankly, emergency actions is one of those tools. The broader solution that people have been referring to must be moved quickly through the process. I can't help but think that one of the solutions or some of the solutions might revolve around quick action, responding to information that comes in on an annual basis as to the location and the abundance of crab. CBSFA and St. Paul have some direct experience with the loss of crab species. In the 1980s, Pribilof Island blue king crab declined to the point of complete and what has become permanent closure of that fishery. The situation also included closure of the Pribilof red king crab fishery, and the crab industry, the community, fishermen, processors lost 2 king crab species. Red king crab in the Gulf is also a cautionary tale. Matthew blue king crab is also not in particularly good shape. In 2006, Act Crab was started by a number of stakeholders to try to restore king crab. The support from NIMS, CBSFA, and the industry. Act Crab is Alaska King Crab Research, Rehabilitation, and Biology Program. We've been working with university and NIMS scientists for almost 15 years to try to bring those species of king crab back that have disappeared, essentially. The signal for Bristol Bay red king crab has been seen over the last few years, and I urge the council and the stakeholders in all sectors to heed that signal and take any and all action that is within your power to respond to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McCarty. Any questions? Thanks for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up is Mateo Pasadon, then Leonard Herzog, then Heather Mann.
Sound check, Mr. Chair.
Sound check. All good. Good morning.
Hello, good. Excellent. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. My name is Mateo Pasoldan. I will be speaking on behalf of the City of St. Paul. The city supports the comments of ABSC and their request for emergency action. As we, the city, have testified on numerous occasions, St. Paul's economy is overwhelmingly dependent on the activities associated with the crab fisheries, particularly snow crab and Bristol Bay red king crab. In light of the, quite frankly, catastrophic situation with the crab stocks, the city of St. Paul filed a letter to the Secretary of Commerce on November 12th, requesting the determination of a commercial fishery failure under Section 312 of the MSA. As previous witnesses have noted, and has been faced with other actions before this council, this is a challenging situation. The city understands that this proposed emergency action might be of limited benefit, certainly for the directed fishermen. However, there's clearly a conservation value, even if limited, in this temporary action. So what can the council do that is effective and helpful to address this situation? It seems that this action must be combined with others, such as a more comprehensive adaptive management, crab excluder devices, gear flexibility, etc., so that collectively all of these actions might have an impact, both on conservation, but also eventually in providing for a directed fishery. Going forward, the city would urge the council to look at various possible fixes comprehensively, and to keep in mind that timing-wise, this effort might be a good one, given the request by ABSE and the City of St. Paul for the finding of a commercial failure under Section 312, and how any funds or responses that come out of that process, the 312 process, could segue in an effective manner with any recommendations, any fixes that might come out of the council's close look at the status of the stocks. That's it for now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Pasoldan. Are there any questions? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up is Leonard Herzog, then Heather Mann, then Ephraim Freilich. Mr. Herzog, if you're trying to speak, you may be on mute. Okay, we can circle back to Mr. Herzog. Heather Mann.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
We can. Good morning.
Good morning. Mr. Chairman, council members, again, my name is Heather Mann. I'm speaking on behalf of the Midwater Trawlers Cooperative. MTC represents 29 trawl catcher vessels, and we participate in both the pollock and cod trawl fisheries in the Bering Sea. First off, I want to acknowledge the extreme economic and social impacts to the crab sector from the closure of the red king crab fishery and the severely reduced tax and other crab fisheries. These are the types of events that can and do bankrupt businesses. Having lived through the West Coast groundfish disaster in the early 2000s, I've seen firsthand really the devastation these types of closures can cause. The impacts are significant and profound, and they touch many in the chain, from harvesters to processors, support businesses, and communities. And I want to say that I have a lot of compassion for my friends and colleagues, even have compassion for those who have unfairly targeted the trawl sector as causing or contributing to the crab collapse. I wouldn't be human if I didn't acknowledge, the hardship directed crab fishermen are facing. In October and at this meeting, we continue to hear every crab matters, and that's really why I'm testifying. I'm confused about this emergency request. Why are we targeting the trawl fleet that have extremely low to negligible
catch of crab when other actions could have a much larger impact on preserving the red king crab stock. I'm more familiar with cod than anything else, and I used the October analysis for the final action on the cod cooperative program, and I compared the incidental crab take in all Bering Sea cod fisheries. I didn't include 2021 since in October, the directed cod fishermen raised concerns that the numbers were skewed due to research activities. But even then, using the 10-year period, 2010 to 2020, the over 60-foot pot sector had an incidental catch of over 285,000 red king crabs while fishing cod. The under 60-foot pot and hook and line vessels had almost 48,000 animals. The freezer longliners over 33,000. During that same time period, the trawl sectors collectively had an incidental catch of 5,654 red king crab while fishing cod, 1.5% of the 366,336 animals caught incidentally by the non-trawl fleet. Why is the commitment from some pot boats to voluntarily stay out of the crab habitat acceptable, but similar commitments or voluntary actions from trawl fleet are not? Why aren't the crabbers and others asking for an emergency action to put 100% observer coverage on all pot boats and a hard cap on the amount of female red king crab those boats can catch? And what about a voluntary action to put 100% monitoring on directed crab fishing vessels? Many of my boats have done that in the directed cod fishery so that we could track incidental catch of halibut. And for many years, we actually paid double. We paid for 100% voluntary coverage while having to pay into the odds program. I know the desire to pile on the trawl fleet seems easy and accessible, but it's not going to solve this problem. As I said under the ABM issue, until everyone is 100% accountable and incidental catch from all directed and indirect sources is accurately known, these discussions feel very one-sided. The trawl fleets have mostly 100% observer coverage. We have EM on dozens of catcher vessels, and that's on 100% of the time, and the CPs have 200% coverage. The fixed gear fleets have much less observer coverage, and the analysis notes the largest source of mortality on king crab is from the directed crab fishery. I would note that the crab fishery is a rationalized fishery, so it seems they do have the tools to reduce their own interaction with unwanted catch. The ER request is not going to solve the problem. The analysis states that the closure could save 2,200 crabs, but that the savings could be negated by bycatch in other areas. I heard in public comment earlier that the closure being asked for could make a difference if it was in place for several years. Wouldn't a hard cap on the non-trawl sectors get you there quicker? Focusing solely on the trawl fleet through the CR is counterproductive, it's divisive, and the best available information and science tells us will not solve the problem. Look, I'm speaking from my heart when I say that I do have compassion for the directed crab fishermen. But let's have a comprehensive and full discussion about all the sources of pressure and mortality on these crab stocks, not use trawlers as a scapegoat. On behalf of MTC and the vessels I work for, we are committed to working together to help solve problems. We've shown time and again our dedication to fishing responsibly and being good stewards of the ocean and its resources. I don't support moving forward with this emergency rule. It will not solve the problem. I also don't support the premise that only non-trawl sectors can take voluntary action, but trawlers must be made to behave a certain way with a regulatory action. And in this case, a regulatory action that even over a 10-year period would still only save about 6% of what the non-trawl fleets have caught fishing cod over the last 10 years. How does this get us to where we want to go? And I think it's a healthy stock, healthy fisheries across all gear types. That's where we want to be. And I'd like to align my comments with Mr. Godwin's comments and echo one thing that he said, and that is that the trawl industry is willing to work together with the crab industry in a constructive way. But this isn't that. So, Mr. Chairman, thanks for considering my comments. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Ms. Mann. Any questions? Don't see any. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, we'll go to Ephraim Freilich and then circle back to our list.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sound check.
Loud and clear. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to testify this morning on agenda item D1. I'll keep this short. My name is Ephraim Freilich, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Independent Pot Cod Harvesters, a collective of pot cod harvesters formed in 2020 that represents permit holders and crew in the over 60 pot cod CB sector. Our membership is actively engaged in crab fisheries across Alaska, including red king crab. We have a vested interest in the conservation of crab. The IPCH membership supports a voluntary stand down in the red king crab savings area plus the expanded area half degree north. Additionally, our membership is working within our group and throughout the sector to cooperatively report and avoid hotspots and share best handling practices to reduce mortality. And lastly, our membership is actively engaged in the BREP grant work on gear design, as I reported back in October. It is our intention to proactively participate in finding solutions to reduce bycatch. You should be hearing an update in the February meeting on that effort. And like I said, keeping it short, I appreciate everybody's time. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Freilich. Any questions? Mr. Down.
Thank you very much, Ephraim, for your comments today on behalf of your members and crew. My question is, and maybe I missed this, but we've heard from the Bering Sea Pot Cod Cooperative, and we've heard from the under 60-foot cod harvesters that they're willing to stay out of the expanded area, as well as the king crab savings area as well. Is that you've been involved in these, and are your members willing to do the same stand down, regardless of where this action ends up?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Down. Through the chair, we confirmed we are up for a voluntary stand down. Our membership has discussed it at recent meetings, and we voted to support a voluntary stand down, and we have been working with the other groups you mentioned as well.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Ephraim, for that clarification. I appreciate that very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Any further questions? Okay. Thanks again. So we will circle back through our list. It looks like we have missed two. Tim Hoykers. Okay. And if Mr. Hoyker is not with us, we can move to Leonard Herzog.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, sound check now.
Yes, good morning.
Okay, good morning. Yeah, this is Lenny Herzog. We're involved in the harvesting sector for red king crab and other crab species. I'd like to just add my voice to the people that are supporting the emergency action briefly and say that I think it will have a positive effect, and it's the only short-term action that I know that's available. And just reiterating what a couple people have said, we were really close to possibly having a season last year. The survey extrapolates just 30 to 50 crab in the survey to the amount of crab that would be necessary to open a season. And I think that it's an environmental precaution. So I support that. If we don't do that, I would definitely express my strong support for the discussion paper. I'm on the board of the Bering Sea Research Foundation, and anything we can do to help ADF&G and the Bering Sea Research Foundation and other groups to study environmental matters and crab movement would be gratefully appreciated. Or as another spokesman mentioned, anything that can help get emergency relief where some of those funds can get to the resource would be great. So I'll end there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Herzog. Any questions? White.
Thanks, Mr. Chair and Mr. Herzog. Mr. Herzog, I was tracking you all the way up to the very last point about funding, and you lost me on the point you were making about getting funding. That I think you were talking about funding for some of the critically needed research the foundation is contemplating, but I didn't track it.
Yes, I'm not exactly sure how that would occur, but at anything that council can do, even if it's a letter of support for the efforts of ADF&G and the Research Foundation, there's tagging studies in place going forward for hopefully that we started this summer through the Research Foundation. And I think it was Mateo that mentioned that possibly there were some emergency action requests that were in place to help get funds to the crab community that's having trouble, staying out of bankruptcy, and hopefully some of those funds could end up going to ADF&G and the Research Foundation for research.
Thank you. It's clear now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. White. Further questions for Mr. Herzog? All right. Thank you for your testimony. Right. So that concludes public comment on this agenda item. I understand there may be some questions for staff before we take a break and come back and consider any action. So I'd like to open the floor for that. Okay. If there are no questions, then let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break and come back and see what action the council would like to take. Back in 10 minutes after 9:30 last.
You want to come up here?
Council, please come back to order. Okay, we are ready to consider action on agenda item D1. Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and apologies for not getting this set before the break. There has been a number of questions and comments raised in public testimony concerning the potential impact of the revisions to the Bristol Bay Red King Crab PSC limits. And I did want to remind the council that we have previously looked at that information. And in particular, back in February, under your C4 agenda item, there was a discussion on that issue. And I believe Ms. Krista Milani on my staff will be able to walk through some of that and have that slide ready if it's helpful, just so that the council can see where those new PSC limits are relative to past PSC use, since that was a concern or a question raised in public testimony and some of the line of questioning.
All right, thank you, Mr. Merrill. Before we do that, I getting a note from Mr. Down that he's having trouble reconnecting. I just want to make sure we have him on the line before we get into that. Mr. Down, are you with us? Okay, all right. Ms. Milani.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Merrill. We had sent a slide to council staff a little bit ago that has the table that Mr. Merrill was referring to. And it looks like maybe they're going to try to pull that up so that we can look at it. Give that a second there. I guess while she's pulling that up, I'll just go over how, that PSC levels are set. So they are divided between CDQ, Amendment 80, and the limited access sector. And then the limited access sector is further divided by 3 different target species, and those include yellowfin sole, Pacific cod, and pollock, acca mackerel, and other species. And then in addition, there is a certain amount that is unallocated and actually doesn't go towards any sector. So in the case of the 32,000 crab, which is the lowest level, only 26,445 would actually be allocated to be used in Zone 1. So this table is Table 9. As Mr. Merrill said, it's from a presentation, a paper that you saw in February. This shows the lowest levels for each of those 3 sectors, and the cells highlighted in blue show years where they would have been over the amount had it been at the lowest level. So we have 3 years under CDQ and 11 under Amendment 80. And then for 2021, I will note that Amendment 80 would be over as well, their sector. I do feel like I need to preface that we do have the ability in season to reallocate any unused limited access red king crab that we think isn't going to be used to the Amendment 80 sector, which, for example, in 2021, there would have been plenty left over in the limited access to reallocate to Amendment 80. And there are 3 other years where Amendment 80 would have been over, where we could have had the ability to reallocate from the limited access sector to Amendment 80. I think that's all I have on this, unless there are some specific questions on it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Malani. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Ms. Malani. I guess I think you explained it, but if I just read this on its face, it just looks like these sectors in blue have exceeded their limit since 2008, pretty much, and that is not what you're conveying here, correct? This is, had this limit been in place, this is the use that was actually in those years, so that's the percent of this new limit, not that those were the PSC limits in place from 2008 to 2020. Is that correct?
Ms. Kimball, through the chair, that is correct. This table is showing, had the limits been set at the lowest level, based on the use that they had on those particular years, they would have been over. However, at the levels they were actually set, in reality, for those years, they were not over their limit. It's just if it had been set at the lowest level.
Thank you. If this is used in the future, I'd suggest labeling it as such, since we're in a realm of a lot of difficult communication these days. Thanks.
Thanks, Ms. Kimball. Yeah, great clarification. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to reinforce that point from Ms. Kimball's questions, and Ms. Malani, thank you for presenting this information, which you did just clarify represents the PSC limits at the lowest possible level that they could be, which we were considering in this February 2021 discussion paper. And those PSC limits at the lowest level they could be will be in place in 2022, as specified here on this table, 3,424 for CDQ, PSQ, 14,282 for Amendment 80, and 8,739 for the BSA TLAS fishery. Is that correct?
Ms. Baker, through the chair, yes, that is correct.
Thank you for that. Nothing further, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Any further questions for Ms. Malani or Mr. Merrill?
On a different topic, Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If we're done with this particular issue, I did want to just highlight for the council the agency's vote that will be forthcoming. So we've been through this a few times in the past, but I do want to clarify the agency will be voting no on the emergency rule recommendation that will be coming out. We do so for 2 reasons. One is that there is a provision in Section 305C of the Magnuson-Stevens Act that states that there's a unanimous vote of the council that the secretary shall approve an emergency rule. In order to ensure that we preserve our opportunity to make a decision on that, we always vote no, and I just want to clarify that for the council. I'll also note that we are also being petitioned directly to consider an emergency rule, and we have, as a matter of policy, also voted no in those cases so that we preserve that opportunity for the secretary to independently consider the action of an emergency petition. I just want to clarify that so that that is well understood. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Merrill. Okay. Any further questions or comments before we consider action? Mr. Mesereau.
Can you hear me okay, Mr. Chairman?
We can. Mr. Mesereau.
Oh, great. Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Merrill, so just to be clear about what you're saying, that regardless of how the council weighs in on this particular issue, there's still an opportunity if stakeholders are compelled, if they don't get the result that they like, that they can circle back to the Department of Commerce and state their case again to get the ultimate rule, if that's the way things shake out. Is that correct?
Through the chair, Mr. Mesereau. So in this particular case, we've been directly petitioned to consider this emergency rule. That is an option that is available to petitioners. They may petition the council and request that the council recommend an emergency rule and that be considered by the secretary, or they may directly request that the secretary consider implementing an emergency rule. We have, as a matter of policy, provided an opportunity in those cases for the council to be able to weigh in and provide their perspective on that emergency. And that's been a course of action we've followed in the past when there have been petitions that have been received by both the secretary and the council on an issue.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau and Mr. Merrill. Okay. Don't see any further hand raises there. So does the council wish to take any action? Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do not have a motion, but I did want to make a few comments for this agenda item, if I may. Thank you. I just want to start by saying, as the Alaska Department of Fish and Game representative on the council, I am very concerned that the Bristol Bay Red King crab fishery is closed this year for the first time since 1996. And I want to be clear that the state of Alaska supports consideration of additional measures to ensure the health and sustainability of this stock to support future directed fisheries. And I also want to reiterate my support for the existing regulated measures that will be applicable for 2022 in response to the current status of the Bristol Bay Red King crab stock. As we've talked about yesterday and today, the closure of the directed fishery prompts closure of the red king crab saving sub-area and a 67% reduction in the Bristol Bay Red King crab PSC limits for groundfish fisheries. Again, these measures will accompany the closure of the directed fishery under the state's harvest strategy for the 2021-2022 season. These measures are our established frontline strategy for immediate management responses to the continued decline of Bristol Bay Red King crab, both in the directed fishery and in groundfish fisheries that take Bristol Bay Red King crab as bycatch. With respect to the emergency rule proposal under consideration today, as one council member, I do not think it meets the criteria for NIMS to implement as an emergency rule. Although the analysis does support a conclusion that the proposal meets the first and second emergency rule criteria, I do not believe it meets the third criterion that the emergency can be addressed through regulations for which the immediate benefits outweigh the value of advance notice, public comment, and deliberative consideration of the impacts on participants to the same extent as would be expected under the normal rulemaking process. My conclusion from reviewing the analysis for the emergency rule request is that the proposed closure expansion is unlikely to result in any measurable Bristol Bay Red King crab savings when taking into account the impacts on bycatch of Bristol Bay Red King crab and other species from moving the non-pelagic trawl groundfish fisheries to other areas. The analysis is clear that even if savings of crab occur in the proposed expansion area, it is likely the savings would be offset by increased bycatch due to an unknown amount of increased fishing effort in other areas. Therefore, I would not recommend that the council recommends to NIMS this emergency rule because I simply don't think the proposal meets the criteria for NIMS to implement an emergency rule. And so while I'm not recommending that the proposed expansion area be implemented as an emergency rule, I do want to express my appreciation and acknowledgement of the testimony we've received today, indicating the importance of taking additional steps to protect the Bristol Bay Red King crab stocks. And I think the council is doing that and has heard that and is taking that action by tasking a discussion paper in October 2021 to do three things. And that is to provide the best available information on bottom contact by pelagic trawl gear and the impact it may have on the Bristol Bay Red King crab stock, evaluate the boundaries used for the Bristol Bay Red King crab survey, the stock assessment, PSC limits, and the directed fishery, and summarize mechanisms used in other council-managed fisheries to create flexible, responsive management measures for all gear types and how they might be applied to protect Bristol Bay Red King crab. I'll note that the second item for this discussion paper will provide a comprehensive evaluation of current boundaries used for PSC limits, as well as other boundaries relevant to assessment and management of the Bristol Bay Red King crab fishery, consistent with the discussion we've had for this agenda item. The third discussion paper item will evaluate potential options for flexible and dynamic spatial management measures that likely would be more responsive than fixed area measures in the face of changing ocean conditions and fish and shellfish stocks in the Bering Sea. I think looking at these potential measures and evaluating them could have meaningful beneficial impact on the Bristol Bay Red King crab stock that we all want to consider going forward. And given the importance of moving forward on evaluating the issues in the discussion paper as quickly as possible, I suggest, it is my intent to come back to this issue during the upcoming staff tasking agenda item to discuss prioritization. And Mr. Chair, in closing, I just wanted to thank all the staff that contributed to the analysis of the emergency rule proposal under a very quick turnaround. I thought it provided a clear and comprehensive evaluation of the proposal, and I really appreciate the effort that went into it. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. All right, thank you, Ms. Baker. Mr. Downs.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Baker. I'm taking your comments as support for not taking a position on this rather than a motion that may have come up for no action, or maybe those two things be considered the same. But I'm just wondering, in your mind, if there's a difference between taking a motion, taking no action, and what you're stating as support with no motion. And I'm just thinking about how our position here is going to reflect on what's before the secretary that Mr. Merrill spoke about. So I think I'm generally supportive of much of what you said there, particularly with moving this to if we don't take any, if we fail to take emergency action here, that we have to move as quickly as possible with the discussion paper from October. So I just wanted to give you an opportunity to clarify what it is that you're supporting here, lacking a motion on the table. Thank you.
Ms. Baker, if you'd like to respond to that.
Through the chair, Mr. Down, thank you for the opportunity. I am not recommending that we recommend an emergency rule to the National Marine Fisheries Service. By definition, emergency rule requests are fairly rare to come into our process, but my previous recollection is that when emergency rule requests are in front of the council, the only time we have made a motion is to make a recommendation for an emergency rule request. And so others can correct me if I'm wrong on that. That is why I did not present a motion, because normally a motion to take no further action would be on a typical council action in front of us. And so yes, just to be clear, based on my review of the analysis, and I welcome other council member discussion, since I do not have a motion, this should be a council decision. I am recommending that we do not recommend to the National Marine Fisheries Service that they take emergency action on this particular issue, because I personally, and if the council agrees, do not think it meets the criteria. But like we've already discussed, the petition has been presented directly to the Secretary of Commerce, and they may be free to do their own evaluation of the proposal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Baker. That adds the clarity we're looking for and aligns with, of what it is that you're proposing here. And Mr. Chairman, I would have some comments, some motion on this. I would have some comments. I'll return to that after I see if there's any more questions from the council.
All right. Okay. Well, thanks, Mr. Downward. It's not technically in a question period. Ms. Baker gave her sense of how she thinks we should proceed, and we're in I guess, council member discussion on whether or not to take any action. So if any other council members wish to provide comments or their sense of how to proceed, now would be the appropriate time. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. There's a lot of dynamics in this, and I've wrestled with whether or not this is the right tool to use at this point, as I think all council members have. As I was thinking about, we heard in public comments sort of how do you value the red king crab saved? How do you put a value on the red king crab saved when you can take an action like this? I was thinking to myself, a very fair point, and I was thinking to myself also, how do I put a value on the opportunity for the council process to take a hard look at an action? And we all recognize that emergency rules are typically not that kind of an opportunity. How do we value the ability to also avoid making a choice that ends up being counterproductive or simply unproductive, which we have a higher risk of in an emergency rule situation because of the shortened time period. And the emergency rule itself contains criteria that are designed to get us to think about that. I think that's what I ultimately ended up pinning my thoughts on was that and the importance of the process. It struck me as I was listening that, first off, in general, what we're hearing from the different sectors who do have bycatch impacts is that they plan to do their level best using voluntary measures to respond this year in a way that we really come to expect of all the sectors. And that's a really good thing. One of the values of voluntary measures is if you make a choice at the beginning of the year, we're going to try this, but if it's not working, you don't have to remove regulations. You simply have conversations within the sector and with the affected sector and try something different. So when there's a lot of uncertainty, there's a huge value to the adaptive management process that can be implemented through voluntary regulations. And I ended up thinking, well, so why are we applauding all sectors for the voluntary regulations they're talking about, voluntary measures they're talking about, but really only considering emergency regulations for one sector. And this undoubtedly could make adaptive management more difficult for them in a year. And I think that's where I foundered as well. I decided I couldn't really defend that only one of several bycatch sectors being subject to emergency rule and not having the ability to flexibly adapt made no sense to me either. I echo Ms. Baker's thoughts about a good response to this, a solid response to this, a constructive response to this is to consider the priorities and the resources we're putting into developing the tools that I think we all acknowledge will be useful in helping us respond to this conservation problem. And so I think through a couple of different logic paths, as I listened to public testimony, I ultimately ended up in the same with the same conclusion that Ms. Baker ended up with.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Mr. Marks?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me all right?
You can.
All right, thank you. I've thought about this a fair bit, and a lot of my thoughts parallel those expressed by Mr. Twite and Ms. Baker. I don't think this action, has significant benefits or benefits that would outweigh the going through the more deliberate rulemaking process. So I would recommend it going forward. I am heartened by the kind of call to arms that all participants are responding to. I think it's terrific actions being proposed by each, and that I think it's going to have strong benefits. I also, when I look at our predecessors around the council and the Alaska Fish and Game, that we have these stopgap measures in place that actually triggered some changes in the bycatch numbers in response to this downward trend. So I think that was good foresight. I think that provides us a bit of example on ways to think about a changing environment in light of climate change. I also see an opportunity here through each of these sectors to do some evaluation on the measures that you're implementing that we can better use as tools as we look to the future. And I'm thinking more about the motion that was the council put forward in October, that we can use some of the information gained in the upcoming year to inform future actions. How can we do a better job and develop good policy that actually helps serve us, serves the users, and especially serves the crab stock. So anyway, I think there's a lot of good to come out of the thought process through this discussion. I feel it's very unfortunate we find ourselves in the situation we are, but I think this may be one example of a number that this council will be faced with as we go forward, as we're reading the tea leaves and some good insight through the climate change evaluation. So that's where I stand on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marks. Further council member comments? Mr. Downs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got some comments here on proposed exposure expanded area for the Bristol Bay red king crab. The timing of this action was devised to be implemented in time for the 2022 season. And I think that made an in-depth analysis difficult. The staff clearly did their very best and presented an analysis that did not find a clear enough path to savings for many of the people on this council. I am among what is likely a minority of the council that feels we had enough to clear the bar on criteria 3 with the potential savings of thousands of female adult crab and protection in an area where we know crab exists, we know trawling is going to occur in that area, and we know that it's during a time when the crab are molting, so particularly susceptible. Testimony that these crab are concentrated in the summer from our analysis, I should say, from the trawl survey and are still in the area as of January of 2021, may, and that was the testimony that we heard here from the vessel that was still fishing, it may signal that these vulnerable crab will still be in high concentration in this expanded area under consideration when the bottom trawl fisheries begin in 2022. I want to take time to thank the Bering Sea Pot Cod Cooperative, the under 60-foot cod harvesters, and the independent pot cod harvesters, all three groups that have agreed to, regardless of what action or lack of action we take here today, are going to stand down from that area. And I think that's going to be a big help, and I appreciate their willingness to do what they can along with the testing. I'm looking very forward to hearing from that group as to what they testified to here today, that they'll have some results from their testing and bycatch mitigation measures for us in February. This area has experienced a consistently higher rate of bycatch than other areas of the Bering Sea. I would implore the Amendment 80 to voluntarily stay out of this area unless high bycatch rates push them through exploratory means to prospect the area for clean fishing. Keeping in mind the vulnerability of molting crab that likely occupy known areas of high bycatch past observations, from past observations, and that you may not be, these mortalities may not be observed. That due to the fact that when a crab is molting and mortalities occur, it makes difficulty with the configuration of the nets to count that with human observations. So I'm hoping that the trawl fleet will join in the pot cod fleet and avoid this area to the greatest extent possible. I'm looking forward to our conversation returning to this at staff tasking. As a heads up for the council, I may want to discuss adding to that discussion paper the molting and mating seasons and overlap in the fisheries that might occur there, since that was brought up in public testimony and is a big concern of a lot of folks. I'm disappointed that we could not take this action, but I understand the strict criteria that's set before us and the difficulty that people have in getting there. And even I struggle with difficulty in trying to articulate clearly when we look at the criteria for this. I think it's pretty clear. I think I'm not speaking for everybody on the council, but I think it's fairly clear. We didn't hear much arguments that this is new information, that 25% less female king crab existed than they did in 2019, the prior survey, and that was a major drop. That's a very large percentage in the fishery closed. So we had the new information. I think we cleared the hurdle for bar number 1 with room to spare. It's a serious conservation concern. I don't think anybody has argued that this is not a serious conservation. So the second is we clear with room to spare. It's the third one that the council really struggled with. And so I support Ms. Baker's comment to move as quickly as possible with this discussion paper and potentially some of the the molting issue that I brought up is maybe adding that as a fourth bullet point. We'll return to that in staff tasking. I'm not going to have a motion on this myself, and I appreciate the detailed conversation and the staff presentation and all of the thoughtfulness, and particularly the groups that are voluntarily standing down in this area, and Amendment 80 for all of the work that they've agreed to do to minimize bycatch if they do go into this area. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Further comments? Okay. I don't see any, so thank you, Ms. Baker, for laying out your thoughts, and I agree with the approach that you've laid out. Looks like we will return to this in staff tasking. And all right, thanks again to you and to the staff and members of the public for sharing their consideration with us. If there's nothing further on agenda item D1, we can move right into the final stretch here and take up agenda item E, staff tasking. We go to staff presentation from Mr. Witherow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll ask the staff to bring up my PowerPoint. Not that one. Okay, great. There were a couple of items that I think we need to circle back to during staff tasking. The first is I mentioned that there was a comment period open on on the 5-year review of the St. George National Marine Sanctuary nomination, and those comments are due this Friday. I also took away that the council was interested in submitting a comment letter to NOAA on advancing the goals of the America the Beautiful report. And based on the discussion you had under the D1 report, I incorporated those points relative to surveys, support for the Bering Sea Fisheries Research Foundation work, and some information on our traditional knowledge, local knowledge, traditional knowledge, and subsistence task force. There's a draft letter attached to E1, and comments are due at the end of the month. We can take any comments that the public might have here, and I would be willing to circulate the draft letter among interested council members for final editing if you'd like to do so, and so we can get it submitted by the deadline. Last thing I wanted to mention is that on Wednesday and Thursday of last week, I attended the Salmon Roundtable that was hosted by the Alaska delegation at the invitation of their staff to provide representation of the council at the roundtable. And while I didn't participate in the discussions, the information shared was quite interesting, and so I thought I'd summarize what I heard, at least my takeaway points for you all. So day one focused on comments by representatives of Western Alaska communities that were affected by the low salmon runs. And the points that were made is that they wanted to emphasize the severity of the situation in Western Alaska through these low salmon runs. And Alaska Native representatives emphasized the desire for true government-to-government relations and representation on decision-making bodies. Representative noted that additional funding is needed and that data from all sources should be considered, including local observations. Both senators and Commissioner of Fish and Game noted that we all need to work together to address the issues rather than pointing fingers, as the causes of the decline may not be obvious. There still seems to be some confusion about the Council, NIMS, and Secretary of Commerce relationships, how observer data is collected and used, and the relative impacts of salmon bycatch on salmon runs. And as such, I think that the staff should probably plan on circulating an updated salmon bycatch fact sheet flyer soon, and prepare a frequently asked questions about bycatch page on our website. Day 2 focused on research being done by the state and federal agencies, and the main points I took away were that warmer water temperatures have reduced the abundance of large fatty foods available to salmon in the summer after entering marine environments in the Bering Sea. Both Chinook and chum salmon juveniles are eating poor quality diets and are in poor conditions, as indicated by reduced stomach contents and smaller than average sizes in recent years. The surveys of juvenile Chinook salmon abundance have been below average since 2016, and there's a strong linear relationship between the index of juvenile abundance and the resulting returns to the Yukon River 2 to 4 years later. Thus, my interpretation is that the outlook for Chinook salmon is not good. Lastly, that there seems to be a lot of interest in collaborative research efforts across federal and state agencies, and there was agreement that those collaborations should continue. So those are my takeaway points. We have a number of committee and plan team meetings coming up between now and the next council meeting. Many of these we're going to try to hold as hybrid meetings to get practice for our April in-person hybrid council meeting as planned, assuming that the COVID situation doesn't take a turn for the worse. I posted the normal documents under staff tasking that we always do every time, including the action memo, 3-meeting outlook, the work plan update for the groundfish FMPs, and a review of council staff to allow the public to know who to ask questions for. Again, as I've emphasized at the last meeting, we're at limited staff analytical capacity, and I'm hoping to build up our staff and be back at it 100% by the fall. But right now we're still limping along. So that does affect how much we can get done and the relative priority of getting things done. So looking ahead to our February meeting, I posted a agenda on our website under this meeting agenda for the February meeting. We're looking for a virtual meeting, of course, with the SSC and AP starting on January 31st, with the council starting on the 7th. We have a fairly light agenda from the crab plan team reports, a final action on the EDR amendment, and some other items, including the snow crab rebuilding plan alternatives that the plan team will be discussing, the CSP allocation review for halibut, and the Greenland turbot with longline spots discussion paper. And taking a look at the 3-meeting outlook, there are some changes that we made after our staff call yesterday, recommended changes to the 3-meeting outlook based on from the one that was posted pre-meeting. And I'll go over those in a little bit more detail so you can understand why these items were modified on the schedule. So the RQE final action was originally posted as for action in February, but we decided that it needs to go to the April meeting because the agency is still working on some implementation components, and so we'll be able to better understand how this will work in practice. The congressional authorization still hasn't happened yet as well, so it'll take some time to understand based on that final language, and hopefully that will occur before the April meeting. We moved the Trawl EM initial review from April to June. It won't change the implementation date, and we're still planning for final action on October, but it provides a little more time for staff to bring a complete draft together and allow the Trawl EM committee to review and provide input. You also see that in February, the SSC is going to discuss this relative to shoreside or other sampling needed to get the physical samples from the boats using EM to support stock assessment and food web modeling data. We moved the salmon genetics reports from April to June, and that allows us to address all the salmon issues at the same meeting. As requested last October, we can hear from the state about stock status for the different salmon runs, and from the staff about updated Chinook adult equivalent effects. And June also allows the Science Center to be able to report on genetics distribution for the CHUM 2021 interceptions, not just the 2020 data. You'll note on the February meeting, we have a staff paper on council process and efficiencies. And the thought is that with things returning somewhat more to normal, hopefully there's some opportunity to reflect on how we've always done business and how we might make improvements or efficiencies now that we know that we can use virtual meetings in some cases, for example. And some examples of things that might be in this discussion paper is that, there's a possibility, as Mr. Down has mentioned, we could keep one council meeting virtual and have in-person meetings for the other 4. We could change how we take our B reports at these meetings. We've heard about heavy workloads for both SSC and AP and how to deal with that. We've heard problems with timing of meetings relative to stock assessments and the crab fishery openings. And these are some items that we plan to bring back in discussion paper under staff tasking and get input from the public. Lastly, you'll see that, and this is based on the discussion you just had under the previous agenda item, the Bristol Bay Red King Crab Boundaries discussion paper, it's still in the batter's box. I heard that there was interest in talking about the priority and perhaps bringing this back for April and June. But to do so will require some retasking from other projects and maybe bumping one of them. And I have some ideas here, but based on your input, we'll work through some changes, I guess, with our staff and the NIF staff. Just to reflect on what our meetings look like in the future, we're still planning on that in-person meeting in Anchorage in April. We still hope to broadcast those meetings and take remote testimony, as well as allow presenters to present their analyses remotely. We're looking still to have all members attend in person to be able to vote. There would be some real challenges there. And lastly, we note that there would be some accommodations needed likely to address COVID situations, and the staff is working around trying to find larger meeting space, for example, and we're not sure at this point what the mask and vaccination requirements or other requirements that are required in Anchorage at that time. And we're still working on these protocols, and we'll be trying to figure out how to deal with it, especially relative to internet needs in coastal Alaska communities. Obviously Anchorage has high-speed internet available at a reasonable price, but it may change how we look at meeting in some of these more remote communities. At the last meeting, we did post alternate virtual dates for the 22 council meetings if we need to go that route. Lastly, I'll note that there are several written comments that are attached to the E1 agenda for your reference. I don't plan on summarizing them. And that completes my report, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Witherell. We can go to questions here shortly. I did want to note for members of the public, there are already 7 signed up to testify, but please sign up prior to the end of this discussion if you do wish to provide public comment on staff tasking. So with that, we'll go to some questions. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wondered, thanks, Mr. Witherell, for that outline, when we might hear what some of those trade-offs would be in terms of our April or June agenda items if we wanted to increase the priority of the crab, the Bristol Bay Red King crab paper? When do we hear what those possibilities might be?
Well, I'd be happy to share with what I'm thinking. When I look at the 3-meeting outlook, let me see if I can find my cursor again. When I look at the 3-meeting outlook, the ones that aren't date pressing to me are I look at the GOA PCOD sector allocation review that's scheduled for April. If we bump that might free up a little bit of staff time. Some of the other possibilities could include the IFQ omnibus analysis, bumping that and picking up some staff time there. I'm a little bit reluctant to put off the Hellebuck catch sharing plan, but that's another possibility. Many of the other items we have are either well underway or they're must-do items such as the safe reports and specs.
Thank you.
So I'd be interested in hearing what your thoughts, obviously.
Thanks. I think that's helpful prior to testimony. Thank you.
Thanks, Kimball. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Witherell, for walking through this. I have a question about the discussion paper for February, the council process and hybrid efficiencies planning. I appreciate your sort of taking through a list of the types of things that council staff and ultimately the council are going to need to consider as we move forward, anticipating in-person meetings. And the significant amount of comment we've received both from the public and recommendations from the Community Engagement Committee to plan for hybrid meetings in terms of remote participation. So just in the examples that you gave of the types of things that staff will be able to provide recommendations for, or at least get into one place for this discussion paper, it strikes me that maybe there's not a lot of time between now and February. Are you anticipating that discussion paper in February to sort of be more of a comprehensive framework or a list maybe of these potential considerations to help guide the public and the council in terms of considering these changes? I'm just trying to get it's an unusual discussion paper for us, obviously. And so I thought before testimony, it would be helpful if we can try to get a sense of what you envision providing for that discussion paper to help us prepare for it.
Thank you. Good question. At this point, I think given that we don't have much time between now and February, I envision kind of a high level look at what some of our challenges are and what some of our opportunities are. And based on the feedback we get from the public and council members, then we can develop some of those ideas a little bit more for perhaps future discussion.
A quick follow-up, Mr. Baker.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Witherell, for that. And just to make really clear, I keep remembering Ms. Kimball's point about communication challenges in this virtual environment, and I think it's good to remember, just to make it clear that this is a discussion paper that will be presented in a regular council meeting, and we anticipate going through the normal process to consider any of these changes, and that includes taking public comment and having council discussions. Is that a correct interpretation of how you envision this going forward?
Yes, absolutely. I guess right now I'm thinking of having it as an agenda item under the staff tasking agenda item, but we may break that out as a separate agenda item if needed. Certainly in the future, if we're going to drill down and explore any of these ideas that come up in more detail, we would probably want to have a separate agenda item on council process and efficiency.
Through the chair, Mr. Witherell, thank you very much. Nothing further.
Thanks, Ms. Baker. Mr. Mesereau.
Can you hear me okay? No? Yes? Oh, perfect. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Witherall, I was wondering if it would be appropriate to also, you said you were going to update the sheet on salmon bycatch, which I think is a great idea, but I was wondering if once we see secretarial approval of the bycatch measures that we've made in the last two meetings regarding halibut bycatch, if you would consider updating that sheet as soon as our decisions get accepted by the secretary so that we can make sure that we keep the conversation focused on the present and not the past.
Yeah.
My other comment regarding sliding the recreational quota entity to the subsequent meeting, my feeling is that that's a relatively non-controversial issue that has support from both sectors involved. And if it's necessary to slide that until June in order to make staff time available to address the really pressing red king crab issue, I'm okay with delaying that priority if that helps. If it doesn't help, if it's not the same staff, I would like to keep it on track, but I'm willing to let that slide myself just if that counts for anything in your decision making. So I just wanted to share that with you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. And relative to your question about the halibut bycatch flyer, yes, the staff has been working on the salmon bycatch flyer to make it more easily understandable and more obvious what the effects are of salmon bycatch and actions taken. We're also working on a kind of a frequently asked questions about bycatch web page, if you will. And I would certainly imagine that we would want to update our halibut bycatch flyer as well. So yes, I agree. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Weatherall, thank you very much for participating in the congressional workshop on salmon on such short notice. A couple questions, though, about what you heard. One is, do you have a sense of what the next steps might be? Was there discussion about next steps from the congressional perspective, or do they sort of think they got what they needed out of this one?
Chair, Mr. Twite, the discussion that I heard is that they plan to share the information as it develops among all of the folks who participated at the roundtables. And so there was going to be continued discussions. I don't know if there'll be an additional roundtable in the future or not, but there was a commitment to provide ongoing updates among all those who were on the email list.
So that's a forum in which we would share any updated materials that we had. Is that part of the expectation?
Mr. Twite, I don't think there was any expectation, but I'm sure that they would welcome, that group would welcome any summary information we provided. So if we were to update our salmon bycatch flyer as planned, I could certainly ask that be circulated among that group. And that's a great idea to do so.
Thanks. And then did there seem to be a recognition that for research on salmon ecology in the marine environment has really sort of tapered off? And was there any, if there was a recognition that that's the case, was there any discussion? I mean, I heard you talk about everybody sort of affirming the importance of that research, but was there any discussion on how to reverse that trend of declining resources? Mr.
Chairman, Mr. Twite, there was certainly interest from the delegation in supporting funding for research, ongoing and additional research on salmon. We did hear a really excellent presentation from Dr. Ed Farley from the Science Center on some of the survey and other research work being done on salmon in the marine environment in the Bering Sea. And I would like to have the council hear that presentation, if possible, in June when we take up all of the other salmon PSC items.
Thanks. And again, it sounds like it was really important that you were there on behalf of the council.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just briefly, I think following up on Mr. Witherell's suggestion of moving the IFQ CQE omnibus, touch base with our folks, and to the extent that it matters there, that would be fine in terms of our perspective on that issue. On a second issue with hybrid meetings, I'm sure Mr. Witherell knows already, but I believe the Mid-Atlantic Council is currently meeting under a hybrid approach, and it may be helpful to reach out to them to see what their experience is. I've received some feedback from the NIM staff who are participating in that meeting, so I think that could be useful to guide us in terms of how we might want to structure ourselves moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Merrill.
Chairman, if I might add, Mr. Merrill also attended the Salmon Roundtable discussion, so he can respond to other questions if you have them.
Apologies, losing my audio quite a bit this morning. Okay, thank you, Mr. Witherell. So if there are no other questions for Mr. Witherell, before we move into public comment, I would like to offer the opportunity for council members to flag any additional items that they may wish to discuss in staff tasking to give notice to the public so that they might be able to comment on it. We did get a couple regarding the prioritization in the crab discussion paper coming forward, but any other council members wish to flag anything? Or Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. It does sound like it will come up in public testimony, but I'm certainly interested in some further thoughts about picking up on some of the concepts that were advanced for further incorporation of indicators into our management process, ecosystem level indicators.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Mr. Down.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I've already spoke to this under our last agenda item, but since you brought this up, I just wanted to be clear that I would like to take some time and discuss and may have a motion to add a fourth bullet point to our staff tasking motion that we had in October. At the October meeting concerning Bristol Bay Red King crab. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Mr. Twite, did you have another one?
I did. I apologize. I actually should have just asked this earlier, but for Mr. Witherell, if staff doesn't get any additional input on the 5-year review period, on the comment letter for the 5-year review period on the St. George sanctuary issue. What happens then? You may have said it, and I just didn't catch it in my notes.
Sure. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Schweitz. The sanctuary reviews the nominations every 5 years, the successful nominations, just to make sure that they're not stale and that all the criteria are still met to have that sanctuary be in the list, on the list. And when the sanctuary was first being proposed, the council made a comment, sent in a comment letter to say that one of those criteria, the criteria number 7, I think it was, about local community support for the sanctuary. And the council had raised concerns that there didn't seem to be all that much local support for the sanctuary, and identified some of the other groups that had not provided letters of support that probably one would expect to have. And the sanctuary program accepted that nomination and put it on the list. Regardless, apparently they felt that that criteria was met. I don't know if that situation has changed at all, or if there are any changes in support for the sanctuary. And we might hear some in public comment, but I don't know, and therefore, you know, unless the council has something specific they would like to comment on, I would suspect we would just let that pass and not provide a comment.
Thanks. That's the clarification I was seeking.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Anything further before we get to public comment? Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Witherall. All right. That will bring us to public comment. And it looks like we have 11 members of the public signed up to testify. First up will be George Pollock, then John Moeller, then Bernie Burkholder. Just a reminder that individuals and companies have 3 minutes, associations have 6 minutes. Please note the timer on Adobe Connect. Please pay attention to that, but it may be worth timing yourself in case there is a lag. I will jump in and let you know if your time is up. So with that, Mr. Pollock, are you available?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, council members. George Pollock, president of Aleut Enterprise. I'm going to be reading a letter that was dated December 13th from our new president and CEO, and this is regarding the antitrust issues that have been identified. The letter states, during the October 2021 meeting of the North Pacific Fishery Management Council, the Aleut Corporation raised antitrust concerns that are inherent in element 6.1 of the Council's C4 recommendation. Following the Council's final action taken at that meeting, the Aleut Corporation informed both the United States Department of Justice Antitrust Division and the State of Alaska Attorney General's Office of these antitrust concerns, consistent with both our urging prompt engagement on these concerns, and with NOAA Fisheries Assistant Regional Director Glenn Merrill's statement about the prospect of reaching out to the Department of Justice on these antitrust issues. As we advised in our November 30 letter to you, the Aleut Corporation has written to DOJ Antitrust. We have also now had productive meetings with both DOJ Antitrust on November 30 and with the Alaska Attorney General, Deputy Attorney General, and staff meeting on December 7th. The Aleut Corporation will continue to engage on with these two departments and cooperate with any information requests that we receive. The Aleut Corporation continues to support the goal of rationalizing the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands Pacific cod trawl fishery, but we believe that the Council action contains significant and fundamental flaws. We continue to urge the Council to engage promptly on these issues
and not march down a path that will only delay final adoption and implementation of a final regulation. Respectfully submitted, Scoey Vergan, President, CEO of the Alley Corporation. I'd like to also mention that members of the board of directors of the Alley Corporation were also on some of these calls, and all parties within that entity of the board are engaged as well. With that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Pollack. Are there any questions? Thank you for your testimony. John Moeller.
Hey, good morning, Mr. Chairman. Radio check, please.
Loud and clear. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. For the record, my name is John Moeller, and this morning I'm speaking on behalf of ADAC Community Development Corporation. I am speaking specifically in support of the Alley Corporation's November 30 and December 13 letters to the council regarding antitrust concerns with the council's adopted preferred alternative for the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands Cod CV Co-op program. More specifically, the Alley's request that the council asks the National Marine Fisheries Service to engage with the U.S. Department of Justice as soon as possible to review the antitrust concerns that have been raised. And Mr. Chairman, if at all possible, to report back to you, the council, in time for the council to reconsider element 6 of the preferred alternative at its February council meeting. ACDC, and others have been raising the antitrust concern in public testimony to the council and believe it must be addressed for timely implementation of the program. ACDC is generally supportive of the council action and agree that a program for this fishery is long overdue. But Mr. Chairman, with that in mind, we believe these antitrust concerns should be addressed early. In the end, it may save time implementing the program. So in closing, Mr. Chairman, ACDC is in full support of the Alley Corporation's request that the National Marine Fisheries Service engage with the Department of Justice and report back to the council in time for the council to reconsider element 6 of its preferred alternative. Mr. Chairman, that concludes my comments today. I'll be available for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Mueller. Are there any questions? Don't see any. Thanks for your testimony this morning. All right. Next up is Bernie Burkholder. Following Mr. Burkholder will be John Govan and then Stephanie Madsen.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, can you hear me all right?
We can. Good morning.
Thank you very much. Yes, Mr. Chairman and council members, my name is Bernie Burkholder for the record, and I'm speaking today as the Vice President of the Sablefish and Halibut Pond Association. I wish to speak in support and identify a significant need to separate the halibut and sablefish seasons. As you know, these fisheries have been historically managed together, specifically in the opening and closing dates. I would like to point out that we have already witnessed a healthy and growing sablefish resource that is in need of additional tools to better ensure optimum yield. There is a significant need for a longer season. We have dealt with this in emergency orders and heard testimony on it before, and even to at least lengthen the season, but even consider a year-round season. It is important to point out at this time that Canada has an equal voice in setting the seasons in the United States. SHPA would support a discussion paper, only when staff time permits, to further define this problem and possible solutions. Thank you for your time and consideration today.
Thank you, Mr. Burkholder. Are there any questions? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up is John Govan. Mr. Gobbin, we're not picking you up.
How about now, Mr. Chairman? We good?
There you are. Good morning.
Okay. Good morning, and thanks again. Chair and Council members, John Gobbin, Alaska Seafood Cooperative, and I just have two things under staff tasking. Both are related to Bristol Bay Red King Crab. Earlier in the meeting, in B reports, Scott Goodman and I testified as to the potential for the council to highlight a priority for research dollars and research priorities under the NOAA or the administration's 30 by 30 initiative, and feedback they were looking for, and we recommended that the council address the priority that would help for research dollars to address climate change and climate responsive fishery management. And in there, we highlighted the Bristol Bay Red King Crab stock condition and the need or the potential for research dollars that would allow for research that we described. One was a winter survey of the population. I think that would identify things that came up in our discussion of the emergency rule request, where we'd have actual information about the winter distribution of red king crab. And also I'll point out that survey would also get objective information about shell condition of crabs. So I think it's both really important issues. So we're hoping that the council can prioritize it for that 30 by 30 initiative, and really wherever the council can, even in its research priorities. I think this is key information for moving forward for responsive management that will actually improve our ability to craft bycatch management measures. And with regard to the discussion you've had in the build up to this agenda item and potential for moving the Bristol Bay Red King Crab discussion paper forward, Mr. Chairman, the Alaska Seafood Cooperative agrees with the priority for Bristol Bay Red King Crab discussion paper and the items that have been identified. Particularly for us, it's the high priority on really development of measures that are responsive to climate change and adaptive, and would be flexible in terms of getting away from the tools that we've had that are fixed closures and actually allowing constructive adjustments in those protection areas based on information that where the crab are, which we think would help in the effectiveness of those measures. And I linked the information on the survey and shell condition, as I've mentioned, to that. So we really look forward to engaging in that process. We hope that the crab industry will be willing to engage constructively as we promise to be. We say bring it on, and that's all I had, Mr. Chairman. I wish the council happy holidays, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Gobbin. Any questions? Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Gobbin. I heard your testimony under the B report. I don't recall that there was a letter in there that articulated this, but the point I think you're making, I just want to clarify what it is you're asking of the council. You're asking the council in its response to the 30 by 30 initiative to include requests for research dollars for Bristol Bay Red King Crab stock conditions, winter survey, and distributions that may lead to, and also that may lead to a better understanding of shell conditions of the crab. Is that the synopsis of what you're asking the council to do here, rather than the discussion paper or something, but just include this in our response to the 30 by 30 initiative? Is that right?
Yes, through the chair, Mr. Down. Yeah, I wasn't saying in lieu of the discussion paper, just to be clear. I looked at the priorities in the request for comments under the 30-30, and I don't have it in front of of me, and it's kind of varied now, but there was, I think, one of the latter priorities talked about the priority of adaptive management and fisheries in the context of climate change. So I think that's an area that the council could point out as an example. What's going on? We know the red king crab potentially shifting in distribution with effects of climate change, and that would help inform management that's more adaptive and flexible. So I think I'm recommending that you port that priority and in your letter emphasize the utility of that for fishery management, maybe using red king crab as an example. But anywhere the council can elevate that priority, even within its own research prioritization list of priorities, whatever you call it, the annual priorities, Bristol Bay red king crab winter survey, and in-season information in the winter about shell condition would help inform improvement in management measures for Bristol Bay red king crab bycatch. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for that, Don, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Govan. I didn't hear if you had seen the letter that Mr. Withrow posted, the revised letter under the staff tasking agenda item, where he does address crab in response to your and Mr. Goodman's testimony under the beaver reports. So my question is if you've seen that letter and if you think that's adequately addressed or if it needs changes.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Ms. Kimball, through the chair. I did see the letter. Thank you. It came up in the middle of abundance-based management for halibut, so I read it quickly. I thought it was great.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Kimball. Further questions from Mr. Govan? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up is Stephanie Madsen.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chairman. Stephanie Madsen, Executive Director of the At-Sea Processors Association. Mr. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I want to thank the Council for your leadership to date in engaging on the Biden administration's America the Beautiful initiative. I also want to support the approach being taken by the Council in your proposed comment letter to Dr. Spinrad. Mr. Chairman, we all have shared interest in maintaining healthy and productive marine ecosystems. For the companies I represent, like so many others who participate in the Council process, their livelihoods depend on sustaining a vibrant Bering Sea. It is that shared interest that has for decades motivated this Council to adopt science-based precautionary management that has sustained both target stocks and broader ecosystem health. The Biden administration's America the Beautiful report embraced a similar vision of collaborative conservation. The report was clear in recognizing the work of the regional fishery management councils and in distinguishing the administration's plans for area-based conservation from what they called the similar but different notions of protection and preservation, which prohibit sustainable use. Nonetheless, a sophisticated campaign funded by wealthy activists continued to press for no-take marine protected areas in 30% of the U.S. EEZ, including 30% of waters in our North Pacific region by 2030. We must understand that this campaign will continue to apply enormous pressure on policymakers to establish new large-scale MPAs in our water, with the Global 30 by 30 initiative serving as their organizing tool. The sad reality of this campaign, Mr. Chairman, is that it is based on deeply flawed assumptions. As the Council's draft letter makes clear, area-based conservation measures have long been a critical tool in the Council's toolbox. When designed to meet specific objectives, developed through a collaborative process, and based on the best available science, these measures are critically important. And indeed, as the work undertaken by the Council Coordinating Committee this year spells out, these area-based conservation measures span huge swaths of the entire U.S. EEZ. They're working to protect important marine habitat, regulate fishing pressure, and reduce incidental catch. They are part of what makes the U.S. fishery management system the envy of the world. By contrast, Mr. Chairman, marine monuments have been created in federal waters under the Antiquities Act by the stroke of a pen. They are permanent, static reserves, which reduce management flexibility at a time when changes in the marine environment require more flexibility, not less. Marine monuments can adapt based on best available science as the marine environments change. They're a very blunt instrument, poorly suited to the challenges we currently face. MPA advocates have repeatedly sought to present magical benefits of large-scale MPA. Prominent recent papers in the Science Journal, PNAS, and Nature have suggested that new MPAs in North Pacific waters could lead to alleged triple bottom-line benefits: more diversity, more seafood, and similar, and reduced climate impacts on the global scale. Yet, as exposed by numerous science critiques of the paper, culminating in remarkable retraction of the Cabral et al. Science paper by PNAS, these alleged benefits were based on observed modeling assumptions that amounted to fake science. Mr. Chairman, this council and our regional science partners know the North Pacific marine ecosystem. The MSA has worked in this region for over 4 decades. We must not allow an activist campaign based on fake science and bad faith to prevent this council from advancing precautionary science-based management, which is based on the best available science with the flexibility it needs to succeed. I once again want to thank the council for their continued engagement on America the Beautiful, and I encourage all stakeholders to consider submitting supporting comments to the Biden administration by the December 28th deadline. Mr. Chairman, that concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Manson. Are there any questions? Thank you for your testimony. Next up is Corey Lesher, then Heather McCarty, and then Heather Mann.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can I get a sound check?
Loud and clear.
Thank you. Good morning once again, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. For the record, Corey Lesher with Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers. We're an industry trade association representing the majority of harvesters fishing with pot gear for king, beardeye, and snow crab in the BSAI crab rationalization program. First and foremost, I would just like to thank all the council members and staff as well for all the work that's gone into this council meeting. I know there's been a lot of issues brought forward, and I appreciate all that's been done on your end and all that you continue to do in this arena. So thank you very much. We appreciate Ms. Baker's comments in the previous discussion, and we're glad to see that red king crab are on the priority list, as red king crab are one of Alaska's most iconic fisheries with tremendous economic and cultural importance. And we urge the council to move forward scheduling the 3 discussion papers for Bristol Bay red king crab. And if I may, Mr. Chairman, Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers would like to request your consideration in adding an additional item to this list, a discussion paper, to provide the best available information on Bristol Bay red king crab molting and mating annual cycle and how the seasonality of this overlaps with the mobile gear fisheries and the effects of these interactions may have on soft shell crab. There seems to be a lack of data on this issue, and we think that fisheries managers would benefit greatly with a better understanding of molting and mating cycle and the impacts that fishery interactions might have on these crab. I would like to acknowledge the testimony that we just heard from Mr. Govin and the cooperative research ideas that he's outlined with Mr. Goodman and the Bering Sea Fisheries Research Foundation. We see a lot of value in this type of cooperative research. And as Mr. Gavin also spoke previously, I too hope that Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers can work together with the Alaska Seafood Cooperative in a productive and cooperative manner moving forward in regards to red king crab. I think that our fisheries are going to be overlapping for years to come, and we will continue to come to the council and to fisheries managers requesting best available science and information. And parallel to that, I think that there's a lot of importance working together with all the overlapping sectors. So appreciate what he spoke to and look forward to communications and working forward with them in the future. And lastly, not to take up too much more time here this morning, but Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers were eager to get the snow crab rebuilding plan process started, the crab plan team in January, and I'm happy to see that that's on the schedule for January, February council meeting, and we're looking forward to that and standing by to help as an industry if there's any way that we can. Mr. Chairman, thank you. That concludes my testimony, and I'm happy to take any questions if there are any. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Lesher. Any questions? Ms. Baker.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Lesher, thank you for your testimony. And I wanted to ask about your suggestion to add any available information on molting and the mating cycle for Bristol Bay red king crab to the pending discussion paper. And this isn't a very well-formed question, but it strikes me that that is pretty technical scientific information. Should that information come back in a council discussion paper? And just as one council member, I how to put this diplomatically, I won't know what to do with that. And so I rely on our plan team and SSC and stock assessment authors to help me with interpreting and understanding that sort of information and how to translate that into potential management actions. And so if you're requesting that we add that particular information request to the council discussion paper, can you help me connect those dots in terms of if the council did that, what do we do then?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, thank you for the question, and apologies if I need to clarify our stance here. I agree. I think there's a tremendous lack in data available for molting cycle. I see this coming up a lot at the council and with fisheries managers with very little understanding of the timing of molting and mating. You've heard in testimony that the red king crab directed fishery closes January 15th due to the beginning of the molt cycle, and other fisheries are just beginning at that time. So our intent asking for this discussion paper is, and I don't think that this is necessarily the venue to carry out the research, although I think that should be a priority moving forward. And in the meantime, my understanding is that a discussion paper could help comb through literature, bring forward the data and the information that we know on the timeline of crab molting and mating, while also looking at potential impacts of fishing interactions with these vulnerable softshell crab. And my apologies where the council would go from there. That's beyond me. we hope to be able to gather this data and move forward with adaptive management strategies. I hope that answers your question.
Through the chair, Mr. Lesher, that's helpful. Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Lesher. I just pulled up the Red King Crab Safe Report from October, and I guess I'm trying to figure out in your request for the molting and mating information, are you aware of any papers or reports that would have that are different from what's already cited in the stock assessment?
Through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoven, thank you for the question. My understanding through reading through the literature is that red king crab are assumed to molt between January and July. And like I said previously, the male and female molt cycle are offset, and that's to allow for mating. And so that's a huge timeline. And I think that that's to accommodate for uncertainty, and especially with changing climates, we're seeing animals molt and migrate and spawn at different times than we're accustomed to. And so I think that there's a lot of uncertainty in the literature, and I think we would all benefit from having a better understanding of these timelines, especially changing ocean conditions that we're seeing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Lesher. That's I don't disagree with that, but my question was if you were aware of additional literature that's not already considered within the stock assessment safe report.
I personally am not. I've looked through the literature to try to answer this question myself, and I have been unable to get concrete, solid information because I have seen different reports. And I'm sorry, I don't have the safe report up in front of me. I'm not able to see what they're stating there, and so that's why we're bringing this forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Lesher. I just wanted to follow on that point a bit. I feel like what I've heard from you and from others is there is a lack of concrete, solid information, a pretty wide timeline, and that part of the reason for doing the winter survey that was discussed in the B reports from Mr. Goodman and Mr. Gobbin were to try to address that, get information on that, and do some research that's more targeted and kind of narrowing down that timing, and especially if that timing is changing due to climate conditions. Is that your understanding of a component of the research that was discussed under the B reports and we're trying to support through one of our letters?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, thank you for the question. Yes, I think that's a big driver of that part of that research component with Mr. Goodman and Mr. Gobbin, and they're already trying to tackle this question and provide answers as best they can, and I support those efforts and also believe that the continued work in this field is going to shed more light and help answer questions that we haven't seen answers to yet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for that response. So please correct me, but my understanding is you would like the council to add into an existing paper what we have or what we know, maybe from what Ms. Vanderhoven mentioned that's already in the SAFE report, and maybe identify some of those questions that may be answered through future research. Is that Is that your understanding as well of what you're asking? It's not a huge component, but it's something that we should have in this paper when we see it again.
Yes, yes. Thank you for clarifying that. That's part of our ask and our hopes here. I believe, if you'll recall, in October, Alaska Bering Sea crabbers provided testimony, and I think this is one of the discussion papers as well, to look for adaptive management strategies. And I believe that this information could really help strengthen more adaptive management processes and moving forward. And so I believe that that the effort set out moving forward into a more of a winter survey, coupled with a better understanding of impacts of fishing gears on softshell crab, could really provide pathways forward and to how we could really best handle the dilemma that we're faced with, timing of the molt and mating and softshell crab interaction.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. And thank you, Mr. Lesher. I don't see any additional questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and happy holidays, everyone.
Happy holidays. Okay, I've updated the testimony list. Like, next up is Heather Mann, then Megan Williams, then Chris Woodley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sound check, I guess.
Loud and clear.
Great. No stars. Triple meeting today. Mr. Chairman, council members, again, for the record, my name is Heather Mann. I'm speaking on behalf of the Midwater Trawlers Cooperative. MTC trawl vessels are committed to sustainable fisheries management. And as I've described many times this week and last, we take our stewardship of the ocean and its resources very seriously. And we have demonstrated that stewardship through a variety of actions evidenced over many years. I'm deeply disturbed by the number of unsubstantiated claims and flat out lies that are being thrown at the North Pacific trawl sectors. Equating trawling to furthering white supremacy or perpetuating imperialism is irresponsible and it's dangerous, in my opinion. Comments that equate trawling to the collapse of the North Pacific ecosystem are not only untrue, they constitute libel and or slander, depending on how they are delivered. As Mr. Mesereau so aptly said, words do matter. I'm especially concerned about the personal attacks on AP and council members and toward council staff and analysts. This is not simply constituents expressing their concerns and asking for actions. In my opinion, it's coercion and it has no place in this process. As council members, I respect the work you do and your attention to the Magnuson Act. I don't always agree with you, and the council has certainly made many decisions that I don't support. But that doesn't make me question your integrity or call you corrupt because I don't get the results I had hoped for, or even that I believed should have been. Even now, I'm questioning saying anything under this agenda item because ultimately it may hurt you as a council member. I am a tribe representative, and expressing my support and thanking you for the hard work you do as council members will most certainly be mischaracterized on social media. So let me apologize in advance for any backlash you may receive connected to this comment. And instead of just complaining, I am really thinking about solutions, but it will take a concerted effort. I believe part of the reason we are at the current place we are, aside from the pandemic and people with a lot of extra time on their hands and access to a computer, is that there exists a vacuum of easily digestible factual information available to the public. And those with nefarious agendas are filling that vacuum. It is great to have more people than ever participating in the council process, but it is clear that many in the public who are not involved with federal fisheries management do not understand the Magnuson Act, the national standards, or the council process. They don't understand that you cannot discriminate against residents from other states or eliminate entire fisheries in one meeting, such as was asked for in October. And when the results were not as many had hoped, insults are thrown and suddenly the process is broken. As I said earlier in the week, just because someone doesn't like the results doesn't make them true. And it also does not mean the council process is broken. I believe the presentations made by Mr. Witherall and Mr. Merrill to the Alaska Legislature during a recent hearing on incidental catch were excellent. I'd like the council to consider providing additional information to the public, like those presentations, and in ways that are easy to understand. I want the council to be clear that incidental catch of other species in directed fisheries occurs in all fisheries, not just trawl, and it can and does happen in large numbers in those other sectors. I know this information is currently available in different spots, but you have to dig for it, and it's not something that is quickly at hand. It'd be great if the council could be proactive and have a social media presence, as well as write articles and press releases and share accurate information and actions the council has taken, debunk the misinformation that is being spread, and provide links to sources for factual information. It was really great to hear Mr. Witherall talk about the activities that are currently under development. I hope you will take the next step and bring those to the public versus waiting for them to come to the council's website. And finally, Mr. Chairman and council members, I believe it is time for all of us to make a commitment to setting aside harmful rhetoric and focusing on productive collaborations to further sustainable fisheries for all our sectors and gear types. As I said under the ABM item, we are all human, we all have families we care for, and we are all stakeholders in this process. We all should have a seat at the table. Think about the anti-fishing efforts currently underway, fueled by huge amounts of money in the 30 by 30 opportunities. Imagine what we could do as an industry if we all worked together instead of going for each other's throats. I know it puts you in the crosshairs, but I ask that you as council members to please continue to have the courage to call out hypocrisy and misinformation. Not doing so does undermine the council process. I've made this commitment, and that's why you're hearing from me now and will moving forward. I'm quite sure this will be annoying to many, but I have reached the point where the blatant discrimination against the trawl industry, and specifically against the trawl families that I work for, from some in the public is not only uncalled for, it's dangerous. And I, for one, will do everything I can to bring factual information to the council process. I'll close with a thank you for all of your efforts and hard work in standing up for a credible council process. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, council members, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Mann, for your testimony and your suggestions. Any questions? Okay, I don't see any. Thank you, Ms. Mann. Happy holidays.
Yep.
Megan Williams. Following Dr. Williams will be Chris Woodley and then Dave Fraser. Dr. Williams, we're not hearing you.
Hi. Quick sound check.
There you are. Yep. Good morning.
Okay. Good morning. Thank you for your time. We have a number of testifiers up here today. We have Linda Bankin with the Alaska Longline Fishermen's Association, Teresa Peterson, Alaska Marine Conservation Council, Brendan Raymond Jacobium with COERIC, Heather McCarty with Central Bering Sea Fishermen's Association, Dr. Lauren Devine with the Aleut Community of St. Paul Island, and I'm Dr. Megan Williams with Ocean Conservancy. And I'll start with a very brief reintroduction to the concept of the ecosystem matrix that we discussed on groundfish specifications yesterday. I've also attached it to our testimony sign up today, so it's there for reference. And to refresh, the ecosystem matrix is a draft or concept on-ramp that is intended to help us translate ecosystem and climate information into management action in the tax setting process. The matrix utilizes an indicator-based, science-based qualitative approach that evaluates associated predator and bycatch species trends, as well as addresses subsistence, community, and climate considerations for 3 example groundfish fisheries that constitute the majority of the removals and multiple gear types in the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands. And this is a stakeholder attempt, again, to bring bring proposed solutions and a concept to the table in what can hopefully represent a transparent, collaborative, and inclusive approach going forward to advance EBFM and climate readiness in the North Pacific. And we really look forward to working with the Council, with additional industry and agency to build and refine this concept and process. Thinking about conversations yesterday, we acknowledged that the selection of indicators or considering multiple ways of knowing to assess impacts is quite challenging, and it is also somewhat qualitative. However, we have focused our analyses on the best available science and what can be most informative and effective for sustainable management of the fishery resources. We're a data-rich region. However, our understanding of some of the mechanistic links driving declines we are seeing across a number of trophic levels in the Bering Sea are not necessarily fully understood. And so precaution is warranted. A more progressive EBFM approach that considers bycatch and predator of associated species during the specifications process could buffer communities and fisheries from some of the most challenging impacts associated with climate change. Therefore, we request the Council develop a system such as the concept on-ramp we present here to bring these considerations into the management process and into the tax setting process. Specifically, we request this approach be reviewed and advanced by the Ecosystem Committee and the Bering Sea Fishery Ecosystem Plan team. I'll pass this over to Teresa Peterson next.
Oh, hi, and well, thanks for the opportunity to testify as we close out the year and prepare for what's ahead. For the record and the benefit of those listening, I'm Teresa Peterson with the Alaska Marine Conservation Council. As the Council is well aware, there's ongoing interest to support measures which factor in climate readiness and increased use of EBFM into the management process. Our traditional management practices largely focus on one species in isolation, such as reduction of annual catch limits to reduce mortality in the following year if a species is in decline. But fishing is only one variable that affects species populations, and additional elements and considerations come into play as outlined in the ecosystem matrix. Just in terms of climate, actions to date have largely been reactive to the impacts of climate change and fisheries management. We're working to energize a discussion where we can work together to identify processes that invite conversation on ways to manage proactively in our changing oceans. There's been considerable progress in understanding and forecasting impacts of climate change, but the application of climate-related information in the context of EBFM and the decision-making process has been limited. We're working to energize a transparent, holistic, and inclusive approach which considers subsistence, community, bycatch, predator, habitat, prey, and climate considerations. We really want to work together to strengthen a process for fisheries managers to consider additional elements to more effectively assess the overall health of large marine ecosystems to achieve the common goal to support resilient marine resources for generations to come. And I'll pass it to Brendan next. Thanks.
Hi, yes, this is Brendan. Thank you. I'd like to emphasize, steps forward have been taken at the Council in recent years in regards to EBFM, including in the development of the Bering Sea FEP, the work on and the attention to the ESRs, and the greater attention towards the incorporation of LK, TK, and subsistence information, as well as climate change data, all into the Council process. But key issues remain, however, in doing this as holistically as possible. And this suggestion that we're bringing forward today points to a way to bring this approach to the tax setting process. And it also offers the Council an opportunity to take steps forward on a variety of things that it's working on, some of which I just touched on, including not only EBFM, but also incorporation of diverse knowledge systems and tackling climate change as it relates to fishery management. And I think it's important to note that this is a suggested starting point, not an ending point. And so, sort of in conclusion, I'd just like to point out that our testimony today is highlighting on the need to continue to bring EBFM to the entire Council process, and we recommend the Council take initial steps towards bringing a robust EBFM process to tax setting and have provided this draft approach to sort of start the ball rolling on that. And just to reiterate, so our ask to the council is to task some of the key relevant bodies to start taking this up. We've suggested the Ecosystem Committee and the Bering Sea FEP team by adding this as an agenda item for presentation at their upcoming meetings and recommending this concept be further developed within the council process. Thank you very much for the opportunity to comment.
Great. Well, thank you all for your testimony this morning. Council members, any questions? Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to all of you for this. Question that I think is primarily for Mr. Raymond Yakubian regarding the sort of how it worked to begin to implement LKTKS into the indicator system. We've all clearly been thinking about this a lot. We have a task force going on it, and it seems to me that this may be one of the first exercises we've seen as a council where a group has actually begun to integrate that form of knowledge into a tool that being proposed for council use. And so I'm wondering if you can just give me a bit of a sense of what were the challenges in that? Because it seems like we are having challenges getting going on that as a council. It's taken a while to understand how to do it. And I'm just wondering what you experienced as the challenges and how you were able to solve those for this tool.
Thanks, Mr. Troy, for the question. Yeah, really appreciate it. That's a great question. Yeah, I guess I would say, I guess two things I would point out. First, we definitely see this as a draft starting point, but one of the benefits of this was working collaboratively sort of from the outset, incorporating different perspectives on how that information can be molded together. And so as has been mentioned, and it's worth reiterating, we've only begun that process, but that sort of working together from the outset has been really important. One way I think that manifests is that, from COERIC's perspective, from tribal interests, we see this kind of as an indicators plus model. This may be getting too much down in the weeds on it, but I'll just say it, and hopefully it's useful as background. We kind of see this as an indicators plus model, so to speak, which because from COERIC's perspective and the perspective of a lot of social scientists, incorporating sociocultural phenomena and data about it, for example, from LKTK subsistence information, is a very complex task. And oftentimes the suggestion is that, rich qualitative sociocultural data are required either in place of or supplemental to those indicators. But one benefit that we've seen in working in this collaborative process is that, everybody's sort of on the same page with incorporating diverse knowledge systems and perspectives about how to bring this knowledge together. And we feel that all of that still is able to sort of feed into this matrix or tool and offers that potential to bring in multiple knowledge sources. So I think that that's kind of what I would highlight in that regard, if that answers your question. And feel free to follow up if that's not enough information.
Thank you. I think it's going to take me a while to grapple some more with some of those, but that was very helpful. Then in sort of specific, one of the there's a lot of benefits, obviously, to bringing in LKTKS knowledge into our knowledge base. One of them has always struck me as just the pragmatic one of longevity of the database, of the knowledge source. We're all aware that much of our understanding of the ecosystem and the populations that's based on our current sort of Western science base is fairly short. Some of it predates the last big regime shift, but still, that's only half a century at most. TKS brings in centuries worth, and so I'm wondering if, in this, as you were putting this together, are there specific instances you can point to where that length of time really helped inform how you put these indicators together?
That's another great question, and I think you pointed out something that's just absolutely one of the, I don't know what the appropriate word would be, advantages or benefits of long-term data sets, long-term in situ data sets that TK provides really give us a great opportunity to sort of add to the process. I guess I can highlight actually one particular instance is in developing, and Megan has taken the lead, Dr. Williams has taken the lead on preparing this tool, and one of, she consulted a variety of sources of TK and other tribal knowledge, and one of them that she did was consulted was Coleric's work on traditional knowledge of salmon, which looked at traditional knowledge of salmon over long periods, and part of that work, which I think will be further incorporated as this is refined moving forward, is looking at long-term trends in salmon populations as it relates to not only federal but state fisheries, and that work has there was a lot of traditional knowledge in that report about longer-term trends in those populations. So I think that's one example of where that sort of time scale benefit that you're speaking to has been is being worked into this model.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Ms. Vanderhoven?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I noticed that the 3 fisheries you selected are all trawl fisheries, and so I'm wondering if the collaboration included any discussions with trawl representatives.
Hi, this is Megan. I can speak to that. Thank you for the chair and for the question and through the chair. We're able to collaborate, or we were able to speak with early on with one trawl industry representative, and had a really constructive conversation. And so, but we'd really like to keep that dialogue going. This is all in its pretty nascent form at this stage, so we'd welcome additional conversations. And we selected these 3 fisheries in particular because of the removals, not because of the gear type specifically. Pacific cod does incorporate multiple gill types, as we all know. But yes, we would like to have more conversations. We did consult with one member of a trawl fishery, but we could build that up for sure.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Vanderhoven. Any final questions for the group?
Mr. Chairman, sorry, before you cut us off, I just wanted to say a very fond farewell and a deep appreciation to Lauren Smoker for all her years on the council, and just to say how much I have enjoyed working with Lauren, and I'm reminded of all the times Rick Lauber called me Lauren Benkin or Lisa Lindeman, Linda Lisaman, or Lauren whatever, and all the laughs we had together over that and much more. So many thanks to Lauren. Thank you to all the council, and Merry Christmas to you all.
Thank you, Ms. Benkin. Okay. Happy holidays, all of you. Right.
Thank you.
Next up is Chris Woodley. Thanks.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Do you have me okay?
Yes, we do.
All right. Hey, good afternoon, everybody. This is Chris Woodley with Groundfish Forum. Mr. Chairman, I'll be real short here. I just wanted I did not plan on testifying today, but when I heard Mr. Witherow talking about the idea of putting together some one-pagers and possibly updating the website on incidental catch issues related to salmon and halibut. I thought that was really important to just put in our support for that. As you know, there has been a tremendous jump in the level of interest from the public as it relates in incidental catch issues, whether it's herring or salmon or sablefish, halibut, etc. And unfortunately, our process is a very, I think, difficult one for, entry-level participation. It's very challenging. I don't think that the typical person from the public can look at a 579-page document and really be able to understand that. So I feel like the council and the agency's effort to help simplify some of these issues and get that information out in a more digestible format really, really is important and should be a priority. So I just wanted to offer our support for that. The other thing I wanted to mention, I know Mr. Witherell had said that there was going to be a discussion paper regarding return to in-person meetings, and again, looking at the challenges that I think we all look at with these virtual meetings is I applaud the council's effort in making all of this possible, but at the end of the day, I still feel that the in-person component is essential for our success going forward, and the sooner we can return to that that process is really, really imperative. I really do miss the ability to meet in person, and I think there's just much better information exchange. Along those lines, I just wanted to say thank you to all the council members and staff. This has been, the last two meetings have been particularly challenging for our sector, and really appreciate everybody's accommodation in the numerous emails and phone conversations to try to discuss, these very important issues. I know there's probably nothing more exciting than getting calls late in the day to talk about things that you're sick of talking about. But really do want to thank all of the people involved in this process for their accommodation. And then lastly, Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to say farewell to the folks that were leaving, Ann Hollywood, Lauren Smoker, Matt Reimer, numerous AP members. Certainly going to miss seeing all of you there at the meetings. Looking forward to meeting your replacements, but wish you all the best. And Mr. Chairman, I think I still have a few more minutes, so my holiday gift to the rest of you is that I will shut my mouth and not say anything more for the rest of this meeting. So thank you all, and happy holidays.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Woodley. Thanks for your testimony. Okay, any questions from council members? Happy holidays, Mr. Woodley.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you all.
Last up is Dave Fraser.
Can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. Dave Fraser, speaking for myself. Folks in ADOC had been hopeful that with the final decision on the omnibus package scheduled for April, that there would be some possibility of implementation of the residency waiver this fall. I picked up that now may slide, and I wondered if there's any possibility that the CQE waiver, residency waiver, could be split off. It seems like it's a non-controversial and non-complex issue in terms of reg writing. It's just basically changing the date that the residency waiver would expire. We've been exploring possibilities of trying to get something going on a small scale with the plant for the opening of the Golden King crab season in this fall, in conjunction with halibut, that we've still got a residency issue that has stranded our CQE for the last couple of years here. So just wanted to see if you could explore that question about splitting it off a little bit in your discussion of whether to let the whole omnibus package slide to a different meeting than the April meeting. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Fraser. Any questions? Mr. Twite?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Mr. Fraser, I'm assuming from your urging us to continue to keep that in front of us that there's been no change in the residency trends on ADAC that gave rise to consideration of the issue initially, that the residency remains challenging or is even getting more challenging. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. It's getting more challenging. There's additional people moved away.
Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Fraser, for your testimony. Could you remind the council when typically fishing occurs in the Aleutians in the halibut fishery? I'm assuming that it's not right at the start of the halibut fishery, but if you have some information about what current practices have been, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, it usually gets off to a fairly slow start. And then midsummer and fall, things get more active out there for the halibut fishery.
Ms. Baker.
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Fraser, for your testimony. And so following on Mr. Merrill's question, I want to make sure that I correctly understood your testimony. You were concerned that by placing the IFQ/CQE omnibus analysis for final action on the April 2022 council agenda will not allow for sufficient time to complete rulemaking. I think you said by December 2022. And so I'm trying to reconcile that. If I understood that correctly, I'm trying to reconcile that with the response you just provided to Mr. Merrill. And really, from your perspective, what does ADAC need to make that residency waiver work in terms of implementation timing?
Thank you, Ms. Chairman, Ms. Baker. Yeah, I understood that coming into the meeting that the three-meeting schedule had an April decision point for final action on the omnibus package, and that there was a comment by Mr. Witherell. I understood that that may be suggested that it be slid back to a later date. And our concern is that if it's possible at least to split off the residency part of that and deal with that at the April meeting or even the February meeting, that would give a better chance of implementing it in time for the beginning of the 2022 season. The earlier the better from our perspective, obviously.
Through the chair, Mr. Fraser, thank you for that clarification. That's helpful.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Any further questions? All right. Thank you, Mr. Fraser.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes public comments. Let's go ahead and take a lunch break. We'll come back in an hour and take action on staff tasking at 12:45 Alaska time. Good afternoon. Council, please come back to order. Okay, we are getting to the end of our meeting. We are going to take any action that the council wishes to on staff tasking. So with that, I'll kind of work through the list that Mr. Witherell gave us and the topics that board members signaled, and then of course at the end, if there's anything additional, we'll look at additional council member input at that point. So with that, Mr. Witherell had spoken to the St. George Marine Sanctuary Nomination 5-year review. Would the council like to take that up? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I went back and looked at our previous letter on this and then the request that Mr. Witherell provided for comments and any new information. And I don't see that we have any new information. Our original letter really commented on whether the nomination met the criteria and, our indication that commercial fisheries should be managed by councils, even within sanctuary waters as designated. So I don't see that we have new information. I'd suggest we don't actually need a letter on this unless other council members feel differently. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Other council members to provide any input? Okay. If not, I would agree with you, Ms. Kimball, and I think that gives Mr. Witherell everything he needs there. Okay. Moving on to the America the Beautiful report. Ms. Kimball.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm the letter person today. I looked at the draft letter that Mr. Witherell provided in the B reports and then the revised letter under our E agenda items, specifically revised to highlight survey needs and in particular using crab as an example, both survey and research needs. And I thought that was both appropriate and responsive to our comments earlier and public testimony. So I would suggest that draft letter is good to go, as requested by NOAA, but I welcome any other council comments on whether there are any other additions. Otherwise, I think it looks good.
All right, thank you, Ms. Kimball. Additional council member comments, thoughts? Okay. All right. Everyone good to go, Mr. Witherell? Thank you. Okay, so there was discussion regarding additional action or considerations with respect to the crab action we heard earlier in the discussion paper. Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a motion which I've sent to staff, and I don't think I got a response. I a motion to staff, and I sent the second version. So hopefully the most recent version of this will show up. If not, we'll correct that. I'll wait till the motion is up before us here.
Okay. Stand by while it loads.
Yes, Mr. Chair, this is the motion. I'll read the motion, and with the second, I'll speak to this. The motion is council motion from E1 staff tasking crab of October 15th, 2021, a fourth item to be included. Fourth item, provide the best available information on Bristol Bay red king crab molting, mating, cycle, and how the seasonality of this overlaps with fishery and the effect these interactions have, and noting that I provided the original discussion paper motion below. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Second from Twite.
All right, thank you, Mr. Twite. Mr. Down.
Mr. Chairman, I'll be short here. This motion allows us to more closely look at what is available and what may be useful in this discussion paper. I don't fully recall at our October meeting whether we had much of a discussion about this. I don't believe that we did, but certainly I heard from constituents directly after this motion that we should have included this. That was highlighted in our public testimony that we heard here today. I feel like this is not only going to be helpful to our ability to look closely at the Bristol Bay red king crab stocks and make make any decisions on what we can do to be helpful. Clearly, this is a situation, I think, where climate change is in a great way responsible, but that's not something that the councils, regardless of all of the reports and the great science we received, it's not something the council's been able to act on, although I think we've got some great work ahead of us to be able to react to that in a better way. But this is dealing with the information that we have now and the ability that we may have to help prevent the Bristol Bay red king crab from going the way of the Pribilof Island blue king crab, the Pribilof Island king crab, the Gulf of Alaska king crab, and others that I could probably include. The purpose of this discussion paper, as I recall from October, was to get some information in front of us to really determine what it is we may be able to do to help. I think this is going to be helpful not only to Alaska Bering Sea crabbers who requested this, but as a baseline is perhaps some possible indicators for future cooperative researches to the types that Mr. Govan commented on. So it's not a huge addition. I don't mean this to be an exhaustive piece. This is to look at information. For instance, if we're going to evaluate boundaries used for the Bristol Bay red king crab survey stock assessment, PSC limits and directed fisheries, I don't know how we can do that. We can look at those boundaries without having some information, although it may be limited into where this activity exists. This is critically important when we're looking at that. And if we're going to summarize mechanisms and try to be flexible and responsive to spatial management, as we indicated here in this in the October motion, that we would be interested in looking at those things, and it might be of interest to the council. I think that it would be very difficult to do this without this. So I do think that I see this as somewhat of a housekeeping issue. I see this as something that perhaps should have been included in the original discussion paper and something that I'm adding here supplemental. I'm sure there'll be many questions on this, which I'm prepared to answer. And so I think if there's other concerns or things that I maybe should have mentioned in here, they will come out in hopefully in questions on my motion. And I want to thank Mr. Twite for his second and all of the testimony and everything. And also, while I've got a chance, I'm going to mention that it's Wednesday afternoon here, and I'm just always amazed at how well the staff does at estimating the amount of time it's going to take us to get through our agenda. So good job, everybody. We're here. It's Wednesday afternoon, and I'll look forward to questions on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Okay, are there any questions on the motion? Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Down. I don't know if there are any crab or state water fisheries that might overlap. And so I guess I'm looking for some clarification from you on what you mean by fisheries. If you're talking just federal groundfish fisheries, or are you looking at something broader than that?
Well, thank you for that question, Mr. Vanderhoeven. I'm looking at federal fisheries under the jurisdiction of this council. Thank you.
So to clarify, Mr. Chair, Mr. Down, is that just groundfish, or would that include any crab fisheries that overlap?
Yeah, thank you for that. And maybe that was the question I should have answered. I'm sorry I didn't get to that piece. I've intentionally on this taken out any mention to whether this was to be directed at mobile gear types or fixed gear types. I removed that from my consideration. I had a motion written that would have directed this towards mobile gear, but I took that out just because I don't want to be, I don't want to limit the analysts in any way, but it's not my intention to try to make more work for the analysts either. I think that the majority of this would probably be the mobile gear types that are operating in the North Pacific under the jurisdiction of the council. And but I would include with this to the degree that the analysts have the ability to go, or there's a concern, I don't want to limit their ability to also take a look at pot fishery interactions with molting and mating crab or long line. Either way, I think it's important that we look at all of those issues. So I appreciate your question very much and the clarification as well, Ms. Van Herlen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Van Herlen. Any further questions on the motion? Okay. Any amendments to the motion? Any comments on the motion? Mr. Marks. Mr. Marks? Mr. Marks? Not hearing you.
Double muted. Sorry about that. So anyway, thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Mr. Down, for the motion. I appreciate that you've identified it fairly broadly, that it looks across fisheries when considering the molting crab and the annual mating cycle. I think we've heard quite a bit about the interest in furthering our understanding of interactions through the trawl fishery, but there's also through the pot cod fishery. We see a number of interactions as well. We know that certainly the directed fishery has been constrained in the spring months during molting, and it may serve as a surrogate as we look at the pot cod. And also, I think the other piece of this is how the interactions work when you actually are trapping predators and molting crab at the same time. That's something I've thought about a fair bit, and I've kind of looked for information and haven't seen it. So I think that's of interest to me, and how different size crabs during, especially smaller crabs, as they molt more frequently, and their interactions with predators in that. So I think there's probably a lot in this one bullet, and a lot to think about there. But I think it's a good start just to take a cursory look and what the implications may be. So thanks, and I definitely support the motion.
Great, thank you, Mr. Marks. Further comments on the motion? We may have lost Mr. Twite here. And I've lost my connection and my phone connection since we started after lunch, so I'll be relying on Mr. Twite rejoining in case I get cut out again.
But, Mr. Chair, at present, there do not appear to be any questions or suggestions or discussion.
No, okay. I sorry, Mr. Choi. I do have my connection still. I don't see you connected. Oh, but okay, there you are.
I am. I'm not sure. Okay. I guess I come and go.
All right. As do I. Okay. If there are no additional comments on the motion, we can vote. Is there any opposition to the motion? With no opposition, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Down.
Mr. Chairman, and thank you, council members.
Right. Let's see. Additional issues with respect to crab. Ms. Baker.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I did want to pick up on your initial comment about the crab agenda item. I did want to reiterate my support for making the what's called the crab boundaries discussion paper on the 3-meeting outlook a high priority for this council. It's currently in the current draft of the 3-meeting outlook. It's in the batter's box, as we call it, and I haven't had a chance to talk to Mr. Witherell about specific possibilities for tasking, but I'm really just requesting that discussion paper be presented to the council as soon as possible. I think Mr. Witherell mentioned potential movement in some April agenda items like the Gulf of Alaska Pacific Cod sector allocation review and potentially the RQE fee collection program. I don't know if April's possible for the crab discussion paper, but I guess I'll just put in a request for as soon as possible with available staff resources. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Their council members wish to weigh in. Okay. And if not, Mr. Witherell, I'm sure we'll take that under advisement. Ms. Walleye, or Ms. Kimball.
Sorry, I guess I was slow on the draw, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say support that and hope that when the 3-meeting outlook is, the final is posted after this meeting, we see that discussion paper on the 3-meeting outlook. And I agree with Ms. Baker's assessment of maybe 2 things that could move if that works with staff assignments. So I hope we can see that really soon. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Kimball. Sorry, I am rejoining the meeting here. Let's see. Okay, I don't see any additional hands up. Okay. The only other thing I have written down are Mr. Twite had indicated perhaps some further discussion regarding ecosystem indicators. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and I guess I'm back on webcam. Sorry, I lost that and not noticed it. Although maybe I just thought that the screen looked a whole lot better without me. But anyway, I do have a motion, and if staff can, I sent that to staff a little while back. Hopefully they've got it and can bring it up.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Twite. We will stand by and wait for the motion to be posted.
That looks like it. Thank you. The council requests the Ecosystem Committee review the ecosystem matrix concept presented by stakeholders and make recommendations regarding next steps for the identification and use of indicators, taking into account the need for that process to rely on consistent approaches, be open and transparent, conducive to public engagement, based on best available science, and integrated with our assessment and management process. The council also recommends engaging with the Bering Sea Fishery Ecosystem Plan Team for their assessment of the concept and how it relates to their efforts. The committee and plan team should keep each other informed on their assessments and recommendations. With a second, I can speak to my motion.
Second from Kenny.
Is there a second? Thank you, Mr. Dowd. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. We face challenging and less predictable environmental conditions in the Bering Sea as well as the Gulf and the Arctic in the context of climate change. And we heard that again this meeting in the ecosystem status reports for the Bering Sea, the Aleutians, and the Gulf. I believe it is urgent that we collectively turn our attention as a council to ensuring that our management process is ready for this challenge. There is general agreement at the council level that our efforts to adopt an ecosystem-based management approach will be of great value to us as we work to enhance climate resilience and sustain communities and vibrant fisheries. The stakeholders who brought us this concept as a tool for, as a concept for a tool for beginning to adopt ecosystem-based management acknowledge that this is not a final product, but rather a concept for us to consider and discuss. To me, it represents a starting point to go along with the efforts that are underway at the Science Center and in our plan teams. I'm excited, though, that a group of stakeholders has organized and begun to develop these concepts for our consideration. I think it can add momentum to our work. I recognize that no concepts can be viable until they've been incorporated into our process, which will engage the council, engage our scientists, as well as additional stakeholders to further develop and refine this concept before we as a council can decide whether this or related tools have a place in our process to ensure effective application and management and tax setting or some other place in our process. A strength of this work product is that it includes diverse data and multiple ways of knowing. This inclusive approach should continue, and I strongly encourage the stakeholder group and others to do that as the work proceeds. I'm eager to learn more about how this effort will assist the work of our LKTKS task force. And finally, I've been looking for ways to build bridges, and I think that this is an effort that helps to build bridges, that closes the gap between science and management, but equally between stakeholders as well. And ultimately, it's to the benefit of commercial fisheries, subsistence fisheries, communities, and the ecosystem more broadly. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Great. Thank you, Mr. Twite. Any questions? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Twite, for your motion. I just wanted to get an understanding. We've got a climate change task force with this work plan that is looking at very similar on-ramps, not with ABCs, but with tax setting, and this is deliberately around tax setting. And so I'm wondering, in your request that the Ecosystem Committee review this work, how you propose to see either a differentiation between what our current work plan suggests or how we don't confuse the public on our process, which includes this very kind of work, indicators and ways to incorporate those considerations in tax setting.
Well, but I don't know how easy that's to me. It's me partly, I think, a challenge of communication. I think that the Ecosystem Committee is cognizant that we're still at an early stage in this process, and that we should be, I think, open and with all of our stakeholders that we're evaluating. We're still early in our evaluation of how different tools and different approaches may work, both in terms of how they're built, but equally in terms of where we intend to, where they could be used in the process. So I think we should be sort of letting people know that we're still in a all constructive ideas welcomed stage, and certainly this is very much a constructive idea along those lines. Whether, as we as the council consider this, whether we would end up using it as their design, as they initially proposed, or whether we all might use it somewhat differently or construct it somewhat differently. Again, we should remind people that that's all part of the public process, is coming to those conclusions. I do think that this poses us, and I think your question referenced it, a little bit of a challenge about how do we avoid too many independent efforts. And to that, I worded the recommendations for the committee and the plan team slightly differently. Council, I think, should make a direct request to the Ecosystem Committee, because I think the Ecosystem Committee is often in a good place to advise the council about how to keep all these things working in parallel and more in unison. But that also recommended engaging with the FEP plan team, because I think they have something of an oversight function for how the task forces work. And so between having the Ecosystem Committee's recommendation on how to keep these things pulled together, and because the Ecosystem Committee is well aware of the issues that the Climate Change Task Force, as well as the LKTKS Task Force, are working on, and is getting a report on that again. We proposed a meeting in March, and we would get a report from the FEP team on that would encompass progress on that. So the plan, the Ecosystem Committee is in a place to sort of keep an eye on that. And finally, I closed with, I think the one challenge for the committee and the plan team is going to be just how we make sure that we're communicating with each other and staying, keeping our work coordinated as well. And so the final point in the motion is just sort of a check for both of them that you need to do this. I think that gets a lot of your question. A little bit of it is just going to be, we're going to have to rely on the efforts of smart people to make sure that we're not setting up a situation where we're beginning to either duplicate or work at cross purposes. And again, I think the council can just send a clear signal. It's our expectation that these bodies will, particularly in this early stage while we're still evaluating and where a broad range of scenarios are possible, that we just have to make sure we're working efficiently, and I think the council can send that signal.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Twite, for that explanation. I think, well, there are others lined up to ask questions. I guess I'm still trying to understand the value in having it go to the Ecosystem Committee and the FEP team, who's not actually in charge of the work plan on climate resiliency, at the same time. I guess I'm curious why you wouldn't take a stepwise approach and just provide this to the Ecosystem Committee first. We can get that feedback and have one line of communication, because we've had a really hard time, and I personally have been trying to line out all the different places in which we're doing our climate work so we understand what it is and who's responsive to who, so we make progress. I guess I'm not asking a question. I'm just a little concerned about the dual approach. And I definitely take your comments on your Ecosystem Committee and how important they are as kind of a first line in this type of effort. So now that wasn't a question, and apologize for that, Mr. Chair. I'll listen to other council members' questions. Thanks.
It was kind of a question, and actually the wording isn't explicit. In fact, I removed mention of timing just because it wasn't clear. I initially thought about including some timing and removed it because I wasn't clear about how the calendars might play out. But the emphasis on the direct request to the Ecosystem Committee, and then also recommends engaging for the plan team, really almost assumes that there'll be a first and second, and that it would be the committee first, and that the plan team would then be aware of what the committee's thoughts were.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball and Mr. Twite. Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I think maybe my comments follow along some of what Ms. Kimball was asking. Mr. Twite, when I'm reading this motion, I am trying to understand the expectation for staff engagement. And in particular, the motion talks about evaluating, making recommendations, taking into account the best available science, and be integrated with our assessment management process. How would this particular motion interact with other staff obligations we have for many of the issues that Ms. Kimball identified in her line of questioning?
The committee usually takes this kind of guidance and then just during the committee meeting itself, when the issue comes up, takes this into account as they make their recommendation, takes these into account as they make their recommendation back to the council. So it's typically the committee's recommendation is drafted during the meeting and then comes back to the council. This isn't a process of evaluating options or how well something meets standards. It's essentially directions to the committee about things to think about as they make their recommendation back to the council.
Thank you, Mr. White. I'll try another line of questioning, which is there's the review of the specific ecosystem matrix that we were presented. And then there is a statement about recommendations regarding the use of indicators. Are those different things? Are those different tasks that you anticipate for the committee? How do those interface?
Maybe I should have been a little clearer in my speaking to it. I actually probably dropped a talking point that would have been important there. As I look at the matrix, that the concept that the stakeholders brought to us, it's a series. They made a series of choices about indicators, both about what indicators they thought might be appropriate, and then sort of how we might interpret those indicators. So I view it as first, I mean, it's two parts. One, it's choice of indicators. The second part that is really just their bottom line that they said they had not gotten very far on is exactly how you apply those indicators. We haven't even really, as a council, begun to have that first part of the discussion about what kinds of indicators do you choose, how do you expect them to relate to, what are you looking for in terms of how they relate or what they tell you about the ecosystem or about certain species within the ecosystem, or in the case of this, what they tell you about how you might set TAC if we were to follow their recommendation for how they're used. So this is really, I think, still part of the first chapter of our, as a council, our discussions about indicators. I toyed with sort of saying in my talking points that I think it's long overdue at this point, but I also think we haven't really been ready for it until fairly recently, between this kind of a concept which challenged us to think about it, but also I think my understanding is that the work that's underway now in the task forces, the plan team, the science center, is also going to be bringing this same set of questions to us about, well, what indicators should we be using? And how are you expecting them to link up to what we know about the ecosystem? So I'm viewing this, certainly the first chapter, that as part of our opening discussions about indicators to be used for ecosystem-based fishery management.
Thank you, Mr. Merrill. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me okay? No. Yes? Oh, great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Twite, for motion. I guess I share some of Ms. Kimball's concerns about this sort of being a two-part motion, where normally, at least from my perspective, when we get a stakeholder concept, say for an IFQ program amendment, we would send that to the IFQ committee and let them send that stakeholder to the IFQ committee to have them present their position and then let the IFQ committee talk about the merits of it and also the priority of it. And it seems like in this case, we're taking a stakeholder proposal and putting it to the ecosystem committee through a motion. And then in addition to that, also recommending that that committee engage with the plan team. And it just, I guess, what made you decide that this was a better way to go than just tell the stakeholders or ask the stakeholders to bring this to the ecosystem committee and discuss the concept with them and then have them report back on what they found? Seems like that'd be simpler.
Your point is really well taken that there is a certain efficiency in a lot of our directness. And I think the most important thing is actually the first step is the ecosystem committee. The value that I see in having a discussion with the plan team, and maybe that's not exactly the right body, but I think because I think they're not an inappropriate body, is to also make sure that the scientific community is kind of aware that this sort of concept is out there and has an opportunity to think about it, but equally has an opportunity to give the stakeholders who put this together some feedback to allow them to begin to maybe hone or refine some of the concepts that are in there based on scientific input. And they can just pick up the phone and do that. I mean, that's not closed off to them. Our science center, our plan team members are all accessible that way. And so it's not, the important thing probably is the initial, from the council's perspective, the important thing is the initial contact with the ecosystem committee. And I think you described the logic very well. I think there are useful and productive conversations that can be had with our scientists as well, and it shouldn't all have to wait for the ecosystem committee to do that in order to have those conversations. But that's probably not the central point of the motion.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Mazzaro. Ms. Vanderhoven.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I just lowered my hand. I think my question was answered.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Twite, for trying to answer all of our questions. I guess as we went through those, it made me wonder why the request for review wasn't directly to the Climate Change Task Force, since that is who we've already tasked with developing indicators in these on-ramps. And that just occurred to me, or I would have asked it in my first question. But was there a reason that the Climate Change Task Force wasn't the first group to engage?
I think there's good arguments either way, and so maybe that even could be a slash in the motion, or maybe just the council conversation. Just that sentence dropped and the council conversation enough to provide some direction. The reason I chose the plan team was I at least am viewing this as a little broader than just climate change adaptation. Even though in my talking points I started off with climate change as being kind of the urgent challenge. But ultimately, we're going to be adopting ecosystem-based fishery management for more reasons than just climate change. And I think the FEP is our roadmap for how we're doing that. This is proposed as, and I think it is, a potential tool for ecosystem-based management. Never mind the details, but the concept, I think is. And so it seemed to me that the FEP plan team, with their ecosystem-based background, was probably the more logical spot for an initial conversation. And because there's some examples of use of LKTKF in here that that they may be interested in as well. I think there's even an argument that at some point we'll want to share some of how this is working with the LKTKS task force, although I think probably some overlap and people may have some knowledge already. But so there's several starting points for the conversation. Maybe the motion shouldn't be too specific about what's the appropriate starting point. Or maybe several starting points should all be used.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Kimball. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Twite, for the motion. I think that this conversation has been helpful to me because it illustrates something that I have struggled with whenever we talk about EBFM issues. We have a lot of advisory groups and bodies that have similar yet, in many cases, overlapping tasks. And you spoke specifically in your in speaking to your motion, really your intent to avoid duplication and working at cross purposes. And I appreciate that. I truly believe that you do, but I guess, so you also mentioned that with this motion, you see it as an important first step in terms of this council discussing indicators for ecosystem-based fisheries management. But if I'm understanding correctly, and I'll rely on you, this is really my question because you're much more knowledgeable about these issues than I am. We're also getting indicators from our task forces, at a minimum, I think, on climate change and LKTK information. So I'm thinking of timeline. So you said a couple times, this motion is intended to be a signal. This is our first step at having a discussion about indicators. And I hear that. And I agree, that's an important part of this process, but this, by definition, I think will be on a different timeline than the other two task forces that we have working on this. And I just, how do we make progress on this longer term discussion when we have multiple groups developing multiple on-ramps, to try to use the terminology that we're using? I really am. I want to talk about these things. I agree they're important issues, but I am really, really struggling with the process. And if you can help me answer that question and sort of along Mr. Mesereau's question lines, how is this a better way to do it than what we're already doing?
Timeline question is a very good one. I don't have a clear answer. I think my answer is maybe that's part of your, not maybe, I think that is part of your ask to the Ecosystem Committee, is help us with this. How do we make sure that we've got the development of these parts moving together enough that we can keep an eye on the whole playing field and not be dealing with it piece by piece. I think that's a great question to the Ecosystem Committee. And the Ecosystem Committee can, they've been keeping closer tabs on the progress of the task forces and the FEP team. So I think they collectively may have an idea. And we are getting a status report. We are due to get another update from the FEP team early next year. But I think we also need to remember that at this point in the process, this is early in the process of, I think, putting together some fairly major long-term changes to our management framework to make it more ecosystem-based. And parts are naturally going to develop at somewhat different rates, and it'll be very much on us as the council to make sure that it comes together at the end. So I think if we make our expectations clear that we don't want to be doing this in too much of a piecemeal basis, that we want to be understanding how these parts will fit together, and that we're in a position where we're being offered several alternatives, that we're in a position to view all those and weigh all those alternatives equally rather than sequentially. I think we need to make that clear. I think you probably just did. I don't know if I fully answered your question.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Twite, at this hour, I think that as great of an answer as I can hope for. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have an answer. I just thought I'd mention to help the conversation along. I would have to Mr. Twite's motion. I am the second on this motion, so I look for a nod from Mr. Hanson if he were here, about a nod that I can still make amendments. It might help move this along and hopefully pick up some support. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry?
I'm certainly interested in hearing what I don't think my permission is needed, but I'm interested in hearing what Mr. Downs has to suggest.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I was looking for just an indication there that when we moved to amendments, I wasn't offering amendments this time, but I'll look for process. If I should describe what my amendment might be, I can do that, or I can wait. Thank you.
Mr. Down, yeah, we can just wait till we get to amendments. So first, see if there's any further questions. Okay. All right. With that, any amendments?
Yeah, I saw Mr.
Down and okay.
This is from, I thought Ms. Kimball's hand up also for an amendment?
Looks like
I was trying to put my hand up and down so to indicate I was not asking a question. I was just trying to make an amendment, but I'm behind Kenny, so I will wait.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to hold off what Ms. Kimball's amendment would be, if I can defer to Ms. Kimball on this. I think she's probably got more expertise on this than I do, and that would be fine. Thanks. Did you miss my? Are you there with us, Mr. Chairman?
I just rejoined, Mr. Down. Sorry, audio again.
I'd ask with your permission if I could defer comments to Ms. Kimball to get off. She has much more expertise in this area than I do, and be happy to defer if that's okay with you. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Down. I only thought about half what you said. I think you're deferring to Ms. Kimball for an amendment?
He is, Mr. Chair.
All right. All right, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Downs. And I hope this is maybe in line with your thinking. I'm not sure, but thanks for the vote of confidence. But my amendment was just going to be to remove the last two sentences of Mr. Twite's motion. And with a second, I can speak to it.
Second, Mr. Down.
Second.
All right, thank you, Mr. Down. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for the second, Mr. Down. I appreciate where Mr. Twite is going, and I also hear, well, my own comments and comments from other council members about trying to ensure we keep this manageable and in a way that we can kind of understand the linear steps to both development and our feedback on this kind of an effort. And I listened closely to Mr. Twite saying why the Climate Change Task Force wasn't the first line or the first forum by which this should be reviewed. And that made sense to me, that he's talking about something that's potentially broader than just climate resiliency. And so I'm suggesting we just take the first step, similar to what Mr. Mesereau spoke to, bring this to the Ecosystem Committee, certainly elevates it more than just having someone come to the committee and provide their proposal in public comment. This seems like it would be providing, an agenda item so that the committee is understanding that the council's looking for review. And And I think that's a good first step, and maybe we can think about this some more and get our ducks in a row of how it lines up with our other forums. This was the best I have to offer right now, and appreciate other council feedback on that approach.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Any questions on the amendment? Okay. Any amendments to the amendment? Mr. Romero. Either question or okay. Right. If there are no amendments, any comments on the amendment? Okay. Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for Mr. Twite for daylighting this issue, and then Ms. Kimball for your amendment. I think this amendment captures the core of the issues that were under discussion by the council when we were looking at the original motion. I think it clarifies the process, and I think would be consistent with generally how we've operated within the ecosystem committee process and our committee processes generally. So I would support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Merrill. Further comments on the amendment? If not, we can go to a vote. Is there any opposition to the amendment? With no opposition, we are back to the amended main motion. Any further amendments to the main motion? Any comments on the amended main motion? Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do think the amended motion is an improvement over the original motion, and I don't disagree that something like this may be the avenue in the long run, but I don't feel like this proposal is quite ready to go to committee yet. I am concerned about the coalition who developed it not being broad enough to account for some of the largest fisheries in the Bering Sea. I still have questions and concerns about the overlap and redundancy with other projects already in process, and I think my dog's going to start barking. And maybe I'm just a little gun shy after a rough rollout and lingering issues with the risk matrix that we're using in our stock assessment process. So I guess I would prefer to see more development of the proposal before we start moving it to committee. So I will not support the motion.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. Mr. Down?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Twite, and thank you, Ms. Kimball, for your amendment to the motion. That was identical to the motion the amendment that I would have contemplated myself, and so I'm feeling very good about myself being at the same level and tracking as well as Ms. Kimball on that one particular issue. Most times I can't claim that, but here we were tracking in alignment, so I'm happy to that. I just wanted to note that we have the Aleut community of St. Paul's tribal government. We had COERIC, we had Ocean Conservancy, Alaska Marine Conservation Council, the Alaska Longline Fishermen's Association, and Central Bering Sea Fishermen's Association, all as hearing public comments, and 5 out of those 6 groups were signed on to this letter. And this isn't a simple task for these people. I've looked this over. along with the matrix that they provided, giving examples of pollock and Pacific cod and yellowfin sole, and the long list of citations that they gave, citing every example in there that they have. So this represents a very large amount of work. It's no small detail. This wasn't something that was off the cuff. And I think that moving this along to a committee, I don't know what else we would do with something like this. These constituents have put an awful lot of time and effort into this. I think that they deserve to be heard out and receive some consideration, and the Ecosystem Committee is likely the best place to start. I'm glad we made the amendment that we did, but I'm very supportive of moving this forward, and I hope other council members will join me in that support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Mr. Merrill?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm not sure if this is appropriate or not, but perhaps one thought would be during the presentation on this specific matrix, I think one of the phrases that we heard to describe sort of where we are within that process was that this was a nascent undertaking, that it was still under development. And I think Ms. Vanderhoven had raised some concerns about whether or not that had been inclusive in engaging with some other potential stakeholders in the process. Our motion here is silent in terms of the timing that it goes to the Ecosystem Committee. Would it be helpful for us to signal that we would want this to go to the Ecosystem Committee at some point once we feel like we've crossed some thresholds and it's no longer a nascent proposal? And if so, is that the type of thing that would require an amendment, or is this the type of thing that we can sort of describe as the will of the council, being that this would be provided to the Ecosystem Committee once some additional progress or engagement has been undertaken? And I know this is really sort of a question rather than speaking specifically to supporting this action, but I think our deliberation is pointing out perhaps some potential confusion, both for us as well as the Ecosystem Committee and potentially the public as well. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Merrill. It did sound like a question. I'm not sure if you were just posing that for the council in general, or the maker of the motion, or the amender of the motion.
Why don't I start with the maker of the original motion, and then perhaps if Ms. Kimball also has a perspective on that as well, then that would be helpful.
Okay. Mr. Twite?
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Mr. Merrill. Just when I think about committee schedule at the moment, the committee is contemplating two meetings in the first half of next year, a January and a March. I think the January agenda is already fairly full, so I think the soonest it might go to committee anyway, but I need to huddle a little bit more with Ms. Evans, and obviously the council could rearrange priorities too, but if I'm correct, and the first time it could go to the committee is March, that does give the folks who've been working on this time to think about what they heard in the council process already, and maybe make some refinements between now and then, should they choose. But overall, though, it seems to me that setting sort of a bar for when we think something might be ready, particularly in an arena where we all sort of know that we're still really trying to find a set of paths forward, I think we lose the opportunity to comment on something as a tool. I don't think the Ecosystem Committee is going to dive into the detailed specifics of those indicators. My guess is the Ecosystem Committee is going to review this a lot more for its potential as a tool and where they think it could fit in, and not whether they chose the right set of indicators for yellowfin sole for this year. And I think they benefit from, I think the council would benefit from an early set of comments about a tool of this type and how a tool of this type could be put to use, where it might fit well into the process, and whether or not it's broadly overlapping already with the tools that the Science Center and the plan teams are thinking about, or how it might interact with those tools, whether it's redundant or whether it's complementary or what. Using the current contents of the matrix really more as an illustration of, if you were to choose these species to work on and these indicators, here's how they might function. So to that extent, I think I disagree a little bit with Ms. Vanderhoven that it needs more work. Everything we are going to be reviewing for ecosystem-based fishery management over the next couple of years is going to be examples of how things could work that will all need a lot more refinement. And I think the council will benefit from early sort of conceptual reviews.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Kimball, did you wish to provide any thoughts?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think Mr. Twite described it how I'm seeing it as well. I think it's an example of a tool. I'm not interested at all in whether people in the ecosystem committee agree with what's inside all of those different boxes. I'm more interested in whether they think this is an appropriate way to start incorporating some of these big impacts into tax setting. So I agree with Mr. Twite that review of whether this is an appropriate tool and how it fits in with our other tools that are currently under development, that makes sense as a level of review to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. All right, Mr. Marks.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And just thought I'd at least add my perspective. And I guess for me, I think it could use additional work. It's it's an interesting concept, and I think as we heard, at least and maybe it's my lack of understanding, but at least through the SSC and the comments there, that we had folks looking at models that would incorporate environmental linkages. So we're heading somewhat in this direction, and we heard a lot during the ACLIME presentation last meeting, and so there's a lot going on, and how these fit together, it's unclear to me if we flesh that out through the ecosystem committee, fair enough, but like I say, just right now I don't see where it fits in. As I use the example of the environmental linkages, and Dr. Hollowood, kind of referenced these linkages as the path to the future. And when that happens and how it happens, I think it's definitely worth considering this approach. We don't have the corner on all the good ideas, so outside input is always favorable. But at least for me, I rather than tasking this, it would have been more favorable to get a broader review and have these folks talk with some other folks that are working on this and just get some preliminary review and feedback before it came to us. So don't have a strong lean one way or the other. I guess if I did lean, I'm still thinking about it for a couple minutes. So anyway, thanks.
All right, thank you, Mr. Marks. Okay. Additional comments on the amended main motion? Okay. Like we can go to a vote then. sounds like there's still some question out there, so perhaps we can go to a roll call vote. Just make sure we get this right. Mr. Witherall.
Okay. Calling the roll on the amended main motion. Mr. Jensen.
No.
Ms. Kimball.
Yeah. Yes.
Mr. Marks.
No.
Mr. Mesereau.
Yes.
Mr. Twite.
Yes.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
No.
Mr. Merrill.
No.
Mrs. Baker.
No.
Ms. Campbell. Ms. Campbell, is she not available?
I don't think she's with us.
Absent. Mr. Down.
Yes.
Mr. Canine.
No.
Motion failed 5-5.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Witherell. Okay. That covers the list of items that I had. And so I'd like to open it to anything else from council members. Okay. If not, that would conclude the council's business. I'll just go over a few announcements. Just for as far as appointments, all current members of the SFC have been reappointed for the next year, with the exception of Dr. Ann Holloway and Dr. Matt Reimer, who are stepping down. Thank you very much to both of you for your service. Dr. Robert Foy and Dr. Kaylin Kretz have been appointed for 2022. The following AP members have been reappointed for one-year terms: Angel Dravnica, Frederick Goodmanson, Brian Ritchie, and Suzy Zagorski. Additionally, for one-year terms, Tamara Briggy, Tim Hoyker, Lauren Mitchell, and Paul Wilkins, newly appointed for one-year terms. And for committees, Brian Ritchie has been appointed to the Charter Halibut Management Committee. And we will put a full posting of the AP and SSC up for review. So with that,
not just tuning into and tracking.
I get a little bit of feedback there. So members of the public, please mute your phones, even though we're really close to being done here. So just finally, just to a little note that the council, in order to facilitate some potential upcoming consideration of council processes and changes, did determine that we should limit ourselves to one-year AP terms, such that the term of the members who are appointed in 2021 will end in 2022. And again, this will allow the council to comprehensively consider AP membership and to make appropriate changes that seem fit after such consideration. So with that, that is the council's business for our December meeting. Ms. Smoker, thank you again for all your time with the council. Very much appreciated. End of an era. We're certainly going to miss you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to miss you guys too.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, on this topic, really briefly, as somebody who's been on the receiving end of Lauren's red pen for the last 2 decades, Lauren, you've made us all better. You are a fierce editor, and I have just really enjoyed working with you over the years. I have lots of crumpled pages after I saw your edits, but I appreciate how much you are committed to the work, and truly, a lot of what we do, what this council has done, is so much better because of your particular engagement, knowledge, and expertise. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Merrill. Okay. With that, thanks again, Ms. Smoker. Best wishes in the future, and the meeting is adjourned. We will see you all before too long.
Happy holidays, everybody.
Merry Christmas.